numbers, so we're not going to see the first cohort in 3 minutes. But just talking about the top man, we've spoken a lot about the women, but there are 2 men on there that are probably up front in the race. So one is Stephen McCocker, who's mentioned him. He was, of course, at the Olympics in marathon last year, but there's a man called Durante as well. hours for 2 years. So 1,000 participants, which is absolutely huge.
start of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon. A race as well as maybe 56 kilometers, which is getting underway in about 15 minutes time. The ultra is getting underway at 6:30. Starting with SABC 2 as we bring you the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Okay, are you feeling confident that you'll do well?
Yeah, I feel good. You train me hard for you since December. So I know it is better, but sub 3 hours.
Okay, there we go. Sub 3 hours for the gentleman to run. Oh, challenging Stephen Muzinki, are we not? Okay, and then I've got those gorgeous ladies to my left. Someone says, how are you? Hello, I'm good. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. Now, this is your first time running in the Two Oceans Marathon. How are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling so good. I'm feeling so free. I'm feeling like I can go now. It's my first time. It's my first 56. I wish I could do the 4-sub, eh? Okay. Thanks to my boss. He's the one who made me go and do this.
Okay, the first time around and we're looking for a sub 4. Good luck to you, lady. And this gentleman here to my left, this is very, very interesting for me. 18 times that he has participated in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. How are you doing this morning, sir?
Sorry?
How are you doing this morning?
Fine. We just
will be fun.
Okay, now tell me, how different do you think the race will be for you this year in comparison to last year?
Last year was a bit rainy, so I think it will be a bit easier this year. But we have been great airfilling installations yet, so we will see what will happen.
And you've run it 18 times. Tell me, does it get easier for you as an athlete the more you run it?
I think with the experience, but with the age, not. But I think with the experience, it will help a bit, yeah.
Okay, and what time are you looking to get today?
Hopefully the silver, we will see.
Okay, well, good luck to you, sir. 18 times, that is phenomenal. Okay, and then we've got Upudi. How are you doing this morning?
I'm fine, you, ma'am.
Okay, tell us, how are you looking forward to the race this morning? How well do you think you'll do? And what time are you setting for yourself?
Well, what I can say, today I'm aiming about 3:40. And I see this is my second Oceans Marathon. But I think I'll manage to set up with a good time with this year. And I see the difference because last year it was very cold. But the weather today is a little bit better.
The weather today is looking a little bit better, and we've got the gentleman here with the gloves. I don't know how better this weather is looking, but Puti, how are you feeling about the race, Namhlanje?
This today, getting a mona katsela hore ke tlo wina because ke tsa hole ke tsa freestata ke hole hore ke fishe mona so nako ya ka le training ya ka ke training sa 3:35.
Okay, 3:35, good luck to you. And then Puti, I want to know from you, I mean, a lot of people are sitting at home and they're like, I can't take part in the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon, it's too tough, it's too difficult. What advice would you give them to just encourage them to actually take part in the marathon?
Yes,
But yes, I think I'll make them proud.
And tell me, how did you prepare yourself for the marathon today?
Yeah, my training is very good. I've done the long runs, 4-5 hours, so I'm ready today.
You're ready to go?
I'm ready today.
Okay, are you going to take the title away from Stephen Muzinga today?
I want to Stephen Muzinga, Stephen Muzinga, Mama Bolo, I want to show them who I am today. I'm humble today. I'll show them who I am today.
Okay, well, good luck to you. Okay, and then we've got this gentleman here at my left. How are you doing this morning? I'm very well, thank you. How have you prepared yourself for the marathon?
Yes, I did. I prepared myself very well much because this was for the second time I've done this to Ocean. And the last time it was the first time, so but I was getting experience. So now today I know how the hairs were are doing. So now I got to make it. No, today I want to prove myself because I want to correct the mistake that I've done yesterday, last time. And then now because it means when you never learn something, because a lot of people they talk about these things, they make you stress. So now and then from the last time I said not start acting, so it's easy for me. So because I did the case very much and now I train only him.
It's great, running it's fun, running it's relaxing mind, running it's a good thing. Just go out there and run for now then. This is my first 56 I've been running for. I started to run at 2008, but go out there and run. Running is fun, running is nice. You go there and see, you'll see running is good.
Well, there we go. Running is great, running is fun. You go out there, go and you do it. I know there's upcoming installments here at the start line for the Ultra Marathon, 56 kilometers. It is going to be exciting, it's going to be great. And of course, a lot of people asking whether or not the defending champions will be able to successfully defend their titles. For that, we'll have to wait and see. But right now, we're passing it back to Bailey. Just came back from a freezing Poland after leading South African cross country.
target, but I think it's going to have some challenges this year. It's there's no World Cup. There's some guys have come from overseas that have got the ability to push her. And there's also another Russian lady that I believe they're a little bit nervous and anxious about, which is great, makes for a better race. And normally Stephen Mazingi, can he defend his title?
I don't think he can be able to because the preparation for the Congress, which is, I think it's his main focus, is very close by. But I've just sighted him not long ago on Wednesday doing some speed session in last time. He's trying, and I think he wants to make a history. And I know these African girls, they really want to make a difference in our both these big houses in South Africa. But I don't think he's going to challenge this time.
And when it comes to the women's race?
It can only be the twins, but the sister who just had a baby now, I don't think she's going to make it that well. There's a lot of challenge with her, but I think the last champion, she's going to make it a big thing because I don't think they want to lose this any longer. It's just their own event and they want to make a history out of it.
Alright, well, the ladies here in the studio are speaking all about those that are wanting to make history in the 56 kilometres. Our defending champions, Stephen Mazingi in the men's race, as well as is back to defend their titles. So I'm going to go over to our commentators to bring you the start of the Old Metro to Oceans Marathon.
And of course, this is the 54th running. This is the way the 56 kilometre marathon. The half marathon is going on now. The light is just getting behind the runners now. And I think 4 over 10,000 entries in one of South Africa's most classic events. We'll talk about the favourites later. But Carol Walker this morning is just such a fantastic race.
Specifically in the one quite the world's most beautiful mountain for nothing, and around the 11,000 entries here today for the ultra alongside the 16,021 kilometre, and we've got a huge field here today.
It's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, especially the 56k, but I think it's in graduation. A lot of people running it up in the 56. The first one really traditional of the race.
Yes, the first one was being done since the inception of the tour shows back in the 70s, and it's going to be followed by the gun, and action is underway.
That's exactly what's going to happen. I think as the race is going to go, straight to that one. It is 6,000 around the second start. It's people less than the clouds.
Yes, and I think the athletes around him will be very scared of him. He's only sort of looking to even make the final of the 50 meter final in the Olympic Games, and he's made a quick transition to the right. The races he has run on the road, he's won them. So perhaps today it's going to be a very, very exciting race. But there's going to be athletes so Stephen McCorker, a couple of the Lesotho and Zimbabwean athletes, and of course the defending champion, Polisa Kiaran.
is just such a superb looking athlete. And that is characteristic of the shape of the footy on his best. He's over 40. These guys, the older age group guys, the 40 and 38, are very competitive.
Yes, definitely. And just in the field, the picture here of the latest cars, also another 40-year-old former winner of this race, Simon Podium. Interesting to see him up there, but it's quite interesting to see Hout go after Timothy. You did mention yesterday that it would determine where he started now, so they were doing that. Right now, Hout, it's got 2 hours 6:33 minutes, and he is the SA record holder still, and he's quite a nice guy, and maybe he can pull something off today.
Much better than the leader conference. He's very, very confident. He highly feels his age. He says he's not quite as fast as he used to be, which is not surprising yet over the 10K. But certainly over this distance, I think Philip can be like the player if it's his comfort right.
Yeah, definitely. I see that Simon Podium is also now. Sakumula Podium, he ran with us before. He knows exactly what he was doing, like 50 kilometers. Marathon, and the lead is now 56K. Yeah, and already about 3 kilometers, and the back marker is not even at the first kilometer yet.
Last year it was around about 3 hours still on Regina, and it's going to be interesting to see how Regina does. He's got 5 gold medals. He won last year. He was a big stage the holder of both the comrades and the two Oceans titles in one lap. And I don't know if he got it right last year because he didn't do that well in comrades, so maybe he's holding back a bit. Now, this is where this group of time, the records for the notifications is going like this for our team. They didn't do it for people who are outcrops of work, but the stage is on the runners now. The ground is going straight down through Randburg, towards the ocean at Rosenberg. Then we're right here to Rosenberg, is still getting right to Fishhook, and then we'll start the halfway just before the Chapmans. And that line going to that now. Constantia takes the back line across the 32, and then we'll be running pretty much down there over the bottom, up to 56 kilometers. Oh my goodness, it looks easier on television than it is in life.
Yes, definitely, and that's running finish at the end. But here we see the Hout Bay leaders. They've just come up the line time obstacle course drive, drive right in the cars of the red band. But we have a steady the quick and interesting cars next to him. Desmond Mukaba and the cars of Constantia last weekend represented South Africa in the World Cross Country Champs.
He's up that far. No. And of course, the hero breaks up there, and he came to the little song breaks up there, helicopters, and the trees and mountains make it right, and the difficult technical, so that is one of the things that is quite difficult to do. But can't tell you what you have, but it can't tell you what you have. In fact, it's quite dark actually, look at the other bodies. In fact, that is in that 56K.
It's back to the leaders in the 56K, William McCarthy and the cars of John today, with Timothy Quebec, the Kenyan, but they in the cars of next to it. Hout is the SA marathon record holder, 2 hours, 6 minutes, 33 seconds, and the fastest man to ever set foot in the Two Oceans marathon course.
This last day back at the was over at 2:06, which is set up quarter to the Yes, don't you love Hout Days? Over 40, who doesn't care who's taking the lead? challenges this year, Stephen McCocker still is possibly the guy to beat.
Back to the 56 kilometers, a nice area shot where other leaders are going. You can see that there's an athlete who lost a break on a leg there. One athlete there, and you can see he's being followed again by the Kenyan Timothy Kibet and William McCoy. And you can see that we followed Constantia as well. You've got Flatus and Mark Fokorani, Peter Tatarika. I think that one quick behind. I can't help those guys go too far in the front because those are not your average TV runners.
The tactics are it's a lot of head track when you get to Mozambique or living at halfway. It's all about how you pace yourself through the second half, and that's what happens there. So we just need to watch that situation as we go back there to the Hout Bay, and really because it's sporting.
The distance is going on really pushing the pace, and you can see that he's quite relaxed. He has run this race 2 times before, but because Stephen McCocker has the glasses, the reality is he's just sticking there, looking at them, and he's really going to just going to take ground. And so definitely, I think McCocker has got a better chance of winning the race because we know he's very, very, very fast at the end. And you see
Well, let's just talk about
two times former winner. He's right outside of the cross country is Gladwin Mazazi. In the netball cars, Jerome Mane, he's a South African representative. And then the SA half marathon champion of the sunglasses, Stephen Mopak on the tricep towers. And the athletes at the back, formerly known as the Mystical Sport Club Young, but now next elite, Jasmine Mokaba, who was third in the in last year's SA half marathon. So all of these athletes under 63 minutes for a half marathon. That's a brutal step to me. Over 3 minutes ago. Yes, he's from the Eastern Cape, Utenake, if I'm not mistaken. He trains up with his manager and coach, Perry, and really doing good things for him, really strong runner who's come up in the ranks, and you can see it now. This is poetry in motion with these guys running.
The South Africa has been a great action from the half and the shorter races. They're quite successful at the marathon. He's got a great quick marathon people, and he's now over marathon.
Yes, 2 marathon PB, and he's well past the way. These Lexus races, he's not a lot like other athletes who honestly always got a chance each week in races running too many marathons. He's no good at saying that's why he's in the races.
Thank you. competitive race, wasn't it, really? Architectural magazine, we talked about the previous parties, and
zingane
World Cup they show that they came back. There's a veteran that came group, a couple of midfield players, the man from Bothniks, which is still in the Judas Club. He's had a huge attack around that club quite happily at this stage. But I guess they're going to look at quite soon to get to that rank and turn Fishhook. So moving on out of this hole. It's very hard to do, and of course the thing about the idea of situations is that things change dramatically in that second half. That's
able to work with body and wouldn't be disappointed. Every sets out, advocates on to the men's lead bunch for 56 kilometers. And then you can see like split down with the mid-bent athletes, with some Bonitas athletes and the new next elite team, the social test there. Because of that, should just be running in such a spaced up group. If Joe Reed's running these kind of races, wouldn't you run and try and sort of shelter yourself behind these athletes? They're not really very intelligent. No, absolutely. So, except for Scott, I think mixed them up in the people like that. I think it's really Exercise.
which is a very slow
can only run what you can run, and it's difficult to race ultra sort of shoulder to shoulder the whole way, and I think you just need to go through good patches, bad patches, and you've seen it year after year, the guys that might go through rough road don't necessarily feature at the end. Always a lot of challenges to come up. Otherwise, for the minutes into the 2013 Virtual Champions Marathon World, where you can see that bunch is now coming back to Quebec and it's almost like Quebec just wants someone to be there with you. They're slowing down again and we're going to see the main bunch coming through from the back. Yeah, I think the first rush of this energy, as you can see, that there is a very big crowd behind there. And it's a lot of athletes that are looking at it. We're faced with the world that we're going to do. It's not faster than that. And the youngest one from the team, this guy is not as good as this is really fast. Because the road is blocked. You can see the trees they're moving. But I think the road ran at this time, as I said, because of the weather. And the conservation goes well, but I think he got really worried because the road went out to move. It's a very nice activity to be making his debut on the American Marathon. And rather stick English, like the experienced guys do the work, and when it comes to the get going, then make your business great. If you don't know that marathon about it, it's quite remarkable. It's a little bit exaggerated, but it's probably the first time it's probably trying to work. It's an entirely different environment. So, when I'm looking back the years with bars that great at the game, you can just see that entire change that comes where they are now. I remember I was jumping at the one of those days where he tricky walkers, and I was watching them, and I went through halfway not to further than 30, but quite further than 30, and it was miles out, and it just kept going. So, and I looked at sub 303, so the guys are going to have to go through here in about 258. Sorry, 128 to get to halfway, and they'll be 5 minutes quicker than these guys are going now. Yes, and it's going to be a very, very exciting race next year. That's a really, really incentive to break the 33. It's a record, of course, coming from Chapman back in 1988. But we've got some world class athletes coming here, the likes of Hout Bay, so he's got his 206. Although the race back in 1999, but he's speaking to him, so he used the heaviest. And the rest of the
in the beginning of the race. I think we're going to see a second half much faster with the guards that we've got there. We can see the likes of Timothy Kibet, Mtonela Mapakula, Umangeni, Gazozo, Funda, Sona, Moses, and Johnson running in the colours of HHC from Zimbabwe. We still need to look out if we can see Stephen Mujini in the back, but there's a big bunch here. Captis, Anya Koto, and Masutu Gawuni, who's I think is one of the favourites. Captain Masutu, he's won two Oceans 3 times with the best position of second, and every year he's been in the top 10.
Let's just have a look at the defending champion. And Kieran, if Lorna wins today, she will be the first runner in the history of this race to get 5 wins. Monica Drofferman has got 4, and that's the record so far, but Eliza is going for 5. And I chatted her earlier this week and I said, is that important? She said, absolutely not. She doesn't care how many times she wins as long as she wins.
Well, I think I'm going to race here as long as I can try that by first, second, show the twin star like that, I'll be happy. But an interesting debut in 2 Oceans 56. The athletes could meet otherwise in the cars of accidents. That's Tabitha Sitsa, there's another one. She's run the 2 Oceans half marathon 9 times and has been in the top 5 on every occasion. She's got the exact same marathon PB as Alana, 2:29, and I can tell you that Alana was a little bit wrong yesterday, and I mentioned it to her, so someone will try and upset the upper possible.
That's the Russian previous winner and also second in this race, but everybody's watching it's 3 Russians in there now, so it's going to be interesting. Also for the second half of the race, a lot of them going out very conservatively.
Yeah, the athletes beyond Alana McCullough, that's the other Russian Nina Todman's rival, and she's together with the Russian team, but then you can just see in the back of the picture with the last time records, but it's interesting to see there's a big bunch of women we saw as well, Chicky Women, Alana, and Manuela Trippe, she's been titled the queen of the Soweto Marathon, she's won that about 5 or 6 times, so it's an interesting bunch, and we look like we're going to be back on the shows for the yesterday.
I don't see a Russian Italia in this year, and I'm not surprised because she had a baby on May the 4th last year. That's better with the foreign matches. But earlier this week, I had a little chat with the twins, as we do every week, and we chatted about Sasha, who's Alessia's new son.
My baby is nice. He sits now with my dad in my town city, and at first he loved me. Now it's okay, and now he's blind, he's fat, and I thought it's okay.
He's nearly 1 year old now. Close to 1 year.
The first of now will be 1 year for my baby.
How does this start to Elena? You start to look about the baby.
Yeah. But also my friend, because since together with my sister grew up our Sasha, and I'm like Alessia also very, very happy that we have so sweet began training in the August. But I start very, very slowly, 5-6 kilometers every day only, like jogging.
Was it tough to get back to running, or was it easy?
Oh, it was very tough because my bone, my muscles don't слушаться как don't listen me. So every day I have problems with my bone, with my muscles. I have pain, so it was very tough for me. Yes, this year I again start training with my sister. Last year for me was very boring training because I was alone. Nobody helped me like sparring pacemaker. But this year for me training was more interesting because we have each training at home with pressure. Plus my sister also helped me in my training. Every time when we are with my sister, it is more easy for us and more interesting and not so boring.
Oceans and also the Commonwealth Marathon. But Alana, Kat, has including 2 more Oceans.
Yes, I do too. Should I take some girls? I've met them for the 10 of them here. The 227 marathon. She's the marathon former Commonwealth Marathon in SABC album. And on the left-hand side was a lady with problems like a lady with a 233 marathon. And the short lady in the green colours next to them is the Kenyan Jennifer Coach. She's based in South Africa. She lives in Pretoria, and she was the winner, if I'm not mistaken, of the Jackie Gibson marathon in 256. A little bit out of the lead, but at this stage, I don't know.
And of course, to hit it, Setsa, we're dealing with a cap on her immediate left. In the right is not Sabita Setsa, the veteran, with a very short hair. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 women in that group. And that's rather quite interesting bunch as they go up towards the halfway mark.
As you've seen in the previous triathlons, with the players leading in the front, it's only been just one with another 1 or 2 women, but at this stage, 6 or 7 women, it's going to be an exciting race on the women's side, just like the men, we've seen a bunch of 50.
Yes, definitely, Kieran. We can see that even the ladies, the competition is quite difficult as well, because you can see that it's a very strong ladies, about 6 ladies leading, but then
lot more difficult and sometimes a bit slower. So I think that 3:30, which is the course marathon, is unlikely today. But the Little Chapman's Peak, the winners are on Little Chapman's Peak, so it's all about hills. Those are the guys at half run, but so the middle guys.
Yeah, we're now 15 minutes into the race, and these are club runners. These guys are running good times. The goal of the screen will be Chapman riding Benita's cars, opening up Brazil. She's top 10 candidates, and to get to national silver, I reckon is one of the hardest cities to get in the country.
There's no doubt about that. And the head of this group was Shirley Bosman, very, very strong South African runner. She's been a marathon champion several times and used to hold the course record here for the half. She's running her first ultra marathon at the age of around about 37. So Shirley went through. She was off the pace a little bit, but I guess one of she's looking to pick it up in the second half.
through at the top of Chapman's Peak here. Tom Chazzy in the colours of Formula 1, followed by Professor Malone, his fellow countryman from Zimbabwe. And it was very interesting to see in probably 10 minutes ago there were around 60 runners going through that main pack. And now Chapman's Peak has really sorted out the men from the boys.
One of the boys was not on the first field, but just off it was Koba in the middle. And Bobo still was in it, the fighting champion. He really was quite far off the pace. But let's have a look at Koba's a fighting champ. I don't know if Koba in the middle is in fact that keeps him to incorporate Bobo.
A very interesting top pair of the 32K is Koba in Gomoe with a PB of 2:10 for the 42 kilometer. He is a novice runner actually today, running his first ultra, followed by Henry Kipsang, the Kenyan. He's got also about a 2:11 marathon, so it shows that the fast guys are really coming through. In our third day, we have Munya Rati Jai from Toyota, who was actually the pacemaker first even for this race. So he's obviously feeling good now, although they've decided that maybe this is a chance for him to maybe upstage it since Stephen is battling a bit.
Well, battling with always in this, of course, there's the two Bobos. It's not that's in fact just going on the top of Chapman's Peak. It's 40 kilometers pretty much at the top of that hill. And I think we'll let the rest go what happens now. It looks like a beautiful downhill. But Mara Contorda has come to both by starting down at the Hout Bay. And when we get to the bottom of the leagues a bit, really, let's quite a dangerous point.
Yeah, definitely give a major impetus. And not who is going to put so close to the national league, if I can ask for major level. And I think now from Marathon, I got a small level to get people here and then here, and then so when I was there in the city, I said, oh, what's that in the Marathon? But he passed in the street, and I found a nice book, and I found a woman with no, yeah. And I saw it, and I said, I said, no, I'm not sure what's wrong with you, but I said, no, but I'm going to say, I'm not going to says, yeah, but so, in the south, I'm going to go in the Saturday.
Well, we've got folks out there down tweeting to us here, and we'll see what people are saying. Nothing but congratulations all around happening in Coachon right now. Good luck to everybody. We'll look like that after into the Golden Coachon hashtag. Everybody is amazing. Everybody in person to take 250,000, making us proud. A lot of people say to them enjoying our coverage of John, but so like they're enjoying it.
Yes, most definitely. And from one of the tweets there, all the best to Ferrari, running club teammates taking part in their alterations. And they're going running.
Well, it's obviously a running club for everyone out there. Good luck to everyone. Support from the coach. Oh, lovely. What a place to be. Follow the coach with you guys.
And enjoy eating your Easter egg, Jason.
How's it going? So what's on your body at the time? There's so many people and you put that in writing because otherwise they won't be there. Okay, tweets and twitters of people and coaches. You guys start that. We'll be back in a short while.
as you can see from these screens, the wind is gusty, and there are some gusts that I would imagine are up to 60k an hour. And so this field will have been into that wind for most of the first part. And just so that they may be benefiting from something the tailwind, but that will explain the time that we're seeing so far today. So most of the articles mentioning the shelter of the tree covering so forth, I think will help, but we can expect the wind to play something below in this race.
Ja, als de bank van het groot wordt afspelen, en als de bank van achteruit draait, dan betekent het ook dat het een beetje warmer kan zijn met behoorlijk meer aan.
Yeah, absolutely. Having this kind of big light tailwind don't help as much, so you certainly will feel a lot warmer running with the wind.
For sure. Well, we're sitting at the perfect temperature for running. I was sitting outside this one. I thought it was actually pretty cold if you weren't running. So, yeah, I can't really was it for sure. So we're the top of, coming up to the top of Chapman's Peak, which is at about a 34-kilometre mark. So, really sort of back into the race by this point in time. Yeah, and then I was going to recommend that there's groepen atleten bij elkaar zijn met andere jonge atleten. En ik heb wel vaak dat het een groot FFP op gaat en nou zijn we zien dat heel veel atleten buiten gespeeld. Well, you can see top of Chapman's Peak, which is only sort of 6 kilometers away as you saw it, the road is quite empty. And to get to is just over the road is passing through the half-high point. Ja, en wat is ook vandaag zo zien is dat die groot gedeelte van het veld met gewoonlijk zilver krijgt. So, definitief niet om het 4 uur hardloop mee. Wat denk je erover?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people in the first 20 cars would have seen their silver medal aspirations disappear, because you can expect to lose 10 to 15 seconds per kilometer, and I think that will cost the most of those bottom line athletes. And so this will not be a super quick race, but I think it will be a tactical race. You can expect that front group to stay together for as long as they possibly can, and the last 14 kilometers will be fascinating once they hit the slopes of Constantia.
Yes, we've got quite a sort of a crowd here. Just a crowd at the 21 with 16,000 meters. What did you find? Was it crowded by a day, or did you have space to run?
They split the race for the first time this year. They had 2 rides go off. The second group, ABC and B, went off 10 minutes before. There was a congestion probably from the 3 kilometer mark onwards for that second wave. And so it was more to do with the traffic in the speed. So super congested. I think it helped for the 2 waves. But this race has really been so big, it's just 21 kilometers of a human chain of people. It's festive, but it's
just really enjoying yourselves and just happy to be there?
Yeah, it's just amazing. And when there are 100 people around, it's just the crowd support is terrific. The water stations are amazing. The ground is amazing. So this has become certainly one of the top races that I've been to. Next up,
currently have 401 students coming from diverse backgrounds, but mostly from economically challenged communities. And youth are working
into the hardcore sciences, and the model which was started in 2004 has now proven to be a huge success. Most of our learners go into the science field. Some of them qualified as engineers, some as doctors, some as IT specialists, and different forms of the engineering field. With the Two Oceans Marathon indirectly for a couple of years now, but for the first time we have had a formal relationship with the Two Oceans Marathon in that the hostels have been declared a runner's village, and the Two Oceans Marathon has accepted us or approved us as being one of the beneficiaries of the Two Oceans Marathon, and for that we're extremely grateful because it's going to go a long way to sustain this institution. I want to talk to you because the principals of what's coming is involved in a program called Good. That program also teaches also in the school. Then was a first time he came to Cape Town, and he said if there are any students in their school in George who are potentially good in math and science, please bring them to them. And I was one of those. We massively improved through maths because last year I was a top performer in math, where I received 98%, and then I got a voucher from the principal, which was 500. I was so good. I can do a lot. Firstly, I will study chemical engineering, then I will mix that with IT. And then after, say so 15 years, I want to do business science and want to start my own business with the chemical engineering degree, hopefully my PhD as well, and the IT, then I know I'm in the world. Because so many people that perform well, so I kind of motivated to do that. Now for the exam, the biology exam, I got 98% for it. I was very surprised when I got my mark, and it's pushing me, to do better and to do well. What are your future plans? I'm definitely going to study. The school hasn't offered geography yet, but they intend to, I think, in the following year. So I'm still definitely love like meteorology, robotic science. And also, really ambitious people, so you can actually move it around, but I'm definitely really proud of school, I'll be thinking of. Just question, Chapman was talking, some people are leading my his number 1 and 2, which was It's just, it after running quite quickly, but you've got to be quite conservative, so
to sort of damage the legs when you come to the force of flights of the body.
watching it, you see many things happening. But on the screen, you have the leading ladies. An interesting
this is a one-side gradual upward, and then the left of the four kilometers, it picks up. And it's so stable that we're seeing leaders zigzagging from side to side just to try and lower the gradient. And so that is why we will see Wakataba has pushed too hard too soon, and really got nothing in his legs to get over the top and defend the lead that he has created.
When you know the energy of that, you've got previous winners, you've got South African record holders in different events, etc. You've got that psychological confidence to know that doing what you're doing, what you are, but just to hold on and have it, creating this dance weekend for the rest of the race.
Dat is zo, dus ik zwaar te gaan op kan van opgaan tot donderdag een groot doel natuurlijk. Ik heb 46 kilometer meer kan er nog geleidelijk gaan en dan verdragen.
Dus the other thing you're thinking, we've run into the race for 21 into the wind. I don't know constantly into wind, and that's just the what we're going to run around this mountain in Cape Town. And I think that if we just please can we have anything but a bit of wind.
The thing started at least from the main part of it, but when those gusts pick up, it does feel like it whips around and turns into a headwind no matter which way you go. So he's got that to encounter, he's got the water to encounter, and he's got a pack behind him who are hunting him down. So this is an interesting move from Hout Bay. He's a 2:13 marathon man, so he's got the times behind him, but never been in a situation where he is looking running an event as big as this. So rather than say before doing chancing him, as I mentioned, keep saying, well, was 3 kilometers ago nothing, and so that part has been created recently. And then in 5 minutes for Kalani, Chapman in first place, and Flana in fifth. Yeah, Chapman in for Kalani, and the brother falling back at Chapman. And Kalani down to the table is not right on the table, but the last 15 kilometer and 40 meter at the Bentina. Second is going to start off the blue power, and then we'll get the doors to run, and then plan from green in the afternoon.
Now back here at the masses of this race going through, it's got this two nations has entry up to our lead. We'll just see the stats in the back of the field pulling through the different water points as the cameras pick them up.
Nou, het duidelijke gedeelte in dat is dat de grote gedeelte van het veld wordt gewoonlijk samen laten balanceren van Russen en wedstrijd en nog maar het gaan een groot invloed door die op de eerste gedeelte van de wedstrijd op groot aanpakken.
Now, here we see the time difference between the first runner and the second place is 17 seconds. And the leader just has to sort of have a little bit of a sidestep or whatever, and that gap is closed. So, and just behind them is quite a bunch with a lot of talent in it.
Yeah, and this is an event that really does reward patience. And any time in the day where the Hout has been a little bit too hasty in making that move, it happens every year that someone goes quick and walks down on their percent, and that can really soften your legs up, and it will only be in the next 15 to 20 minutes that we will discover whether that is the case today.
We'll start us and also definitely seen as a welcome.
What's that, James?
Well, once again, it's not looking like the correct one for us. 17 seconds is the number of the clock. And start.
Yes, and after the top of Constantia, of course, comes a long drop down, and that is where it starts to tell, because as you go downhill, as everyone knows, you think you'll be grateful for it, but on tired legs, those descents can hurt, and that's where the race will be won and lost. You're quite correct.
Yeah, so was that gevolg van de intensiteit van de wedstrijd en de downloads op
We're just back here Magic looking at the lowest killing fee. This is, of course, still the top half of the field. You can see how dense the traffic is. You can see later on it gets even thicker as the rest of these runners move through the large Magic before Chapman's peak.
World Cup was a bit of test, the 2:21 marathon was making her debut in the ultra skiing. Constantia is the last real testing thing of the person. We had a more to come, but also the Chapman, the road to contend it's a very, very slight angle, and delivering this one national online in South African running is the Sri-Lankan runner for the Podium running for Bongo. He's only got results like 2:26 from the SA marathon champs, but he has the second athlete coming up below. This is the Kenyan Chapman, and you can see Donovan, the running style compared to the leader. This guy is good as been first coming up Constantia. Really, what's a different place from this guy is he's very fast and he's going quite a bit slow. That's why the leader didn't like it, didn't like so much. But this is and it's a tough for the there's a crowd trial manager of the Wednesday in the middle of the road there. But here comes Kipsang. Here Kipsang Keys and Karen there for the we'll take it again back to next year. Yes, most definitely, and I think next year's Tertians is going to be a very, very interesting race with that running around bonus. But as we see Henry Kipsang coming up in the background, you can see the kilometer block by 46 kilometers. Just under 10 kilometers left for these guys, and it'll be interesting to see if this guy can hold on for the top 10. But perhaps once he gets in the downhills, he can open his legs up a bit. Yeah, that's what he wants to do. Second in the 2010 Tertians, Mike Fukarani was in the distance. This is a really, really strong bunch, but Ian, the question is going to be, will they be able to catch David? Good question. Well, I think about 46 guys. About it, to table keeps it's in same line, the sushi and the butter. So the city guys will throw it to the top. Really interesting to see just how close
Kotebe, I'm guessing now, is probably about 2.5, maybe even 3 minutes clear, which is a huge gap to make up on 10Ks. But I think these guys are going to try. I promise you they are.
Most definitely, you're going to see that big bunch. I'm really sure that once they turn around that left corner and the downhill start coming, that bunch is really going to split up, and you'll see the likes of Makaza and Lebopo, the guys with more speed coming through. But Katebe at this stage has got it in the bag, but we can't put the commentator's curse on him.
Ja, en dis nou een ding van hierdie wedloop, en is onvoorspelbaar. Dis 56 km, enigiets kan gebeur. As enig van daardie groep goed voel, Johannes Kekana lyk verskriklik goed in daai groep en hy het die spoed om dit te kan doen, maar David, soos hy oor die heuwel gegaan het by 46 km, lyk of hulle baie moeilik om gaan klop vandag.
Well, it's not that far to go from the top here, 56 kilometers. And if you think about the winning time of, let's say, 3:10, that's 19 and 10 is about 39, 37 minutes. So they've got a lot of catching up to do, but there's a lot of class in that chasing group.
Hierdie is ook 'n vorige wenner in Josie wat nou hier uit van Zimbabwe. En hierdie lyk na Mbongeni Nazazo wat hier opklim van Bonitas. Dit lyk of hierdie manne ook in 'n groep agter is.
Well, 2 hours and 41 minutes into the 2013 Old Mutual Tourations Marathon, and coming up the hill, Zonele Mapukula from Bonitas, followed by Vusi Molabola and the veteran from Max Elite, Broughton Chipere. Broughton himself, a 2:15 marathon runner, he was there on the bunch coming down, so a lot of stuff can change. But yeah, we see the leader, David Katebe, in the colours of Impala, and Ian, he's really opened up. It's going to be really hard for the guys in that bunch to catch him.
He's looked completely relaxed and fast all the way from the top of Chapman's Peak down into Hout Bay, up the hill, and there's no doubt now that he can feel victory, and he's going to really struggle he's going to battle away from the other guys, and I think that he could well stay ahead of them.
Ja, definitief, sy ritme is baie sterker as enig van die ander atlete, en die manier wat hy nou afhardloop gaan gedra word deur die mense langs die kant van die pad, en dis baie moeilik om 'n atleet wat so goed hardloop die tyd van die wedloop te kan vang.
Well, Stephen Di Corbo in the colours of Benitez, training partner of Hendrik Ramala down by Zoo Lake, and he's making his way up Constantia. But you can see a lot of these guys, Ian, were in that big lead group earlier on, and they're paying the price now, but the wind really pumping on the top of Constantia Neck.
Well, Henry Kipsang in second place didn't look in the same class as Fadebe, so I think that maybe they're going to chase down Henry Kipsang, but whether they catch the win or not, and who it will be, because I think there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing and racing within that group. I mean, they may work together, but it's all about finishing higher up in the top 10, so that's going to be quite fascinating.
En hierdie is die laaste gedeelte van die groep wat nou deurkom, wat saam gehardloop het, en daar kan men sien is Masibuko wat aan die agterkant opkom van Benitez. Hierdie atlete definitief so moeilike goud hardloop op die dag nou vandag.
It really is a long climb from the bottom of this hill, which is way back in Hout Bay, right down by the sea, and the altitude here is a couple of hundred meters, so it is a big climb, and they will be rewarded by the atmosphere and the brass bands and the Old Mutual folks at the side of the road here. But just look how slowly they're running. That's probably 5-minute K pace.
Yeah, these athletes are really struggling at the top of Constantia. In the picture there, Marco Mazibuko, the 2011 winner of the Soweto Marathon. So another guy who spoke quite highly of himself before the race, but unfortunately things are not going too well in the office today.
Well, also in the colours of Benitez in the women's race is Shanae Bosman, but we haven't seen much of Shanae, so it's been pretty much between the Nedbank and the Max Ed guys, but of course the leader is running in the colours in Impala. He's not even it's not a professional club.
Well, here comes through the second place man, Henry Kipsang, but if you look next to him, you can see the cyclists that have third male on it and 10th male, which means, Ian, that bunch is about to come around that corner soon. They're really chasing him down, and there they come.
Ja, Kion, net soos ek gedink het, hierdie groot groep atlete wat ook nou opgebreek het, is besig om nou impak op die wedloop te maak. En hier is Johannes Kekana, 40-jarige, saam met hulle, wat seker een van die beste manne lyk in daai groep.
Well, Kissimo Susli from Max Elite, Moklokan Kabutlane from Toyota, he was second in the 2010 Tourations, had a disastrous run last year due to injury, but he's really up there, followed by Mark Focaroni coming through. There must be over 10 men through already in, and the pace really hotting up, but Katebe is still out in front, but definitely they're about to get Kipsang. And of course the battle for the minor gold medals is going to be really, really exciting as we get towards the end, because there's no quarter after given amongst those guys. It's very important. The difference between 4th and 6th place is important in the Two Oceans, the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon over 56 k's.
Ja, maar mens kan duidelik sien hierdie atlete is gedaan. Die wind was baie sterk geweest tussen 50 en 60 knope vandag, en soos mense hier sien, Nolweke Nobanda wat daar hardloop, en dan het ons nog 'n groter groep van atlete wat probeer hier opklim teen die agtergedeelte van Constantia Neck.
Some more athletes coming through the top there by Constantia in black vest, Peter Mutubi, former comrades and Two Oceans gold medalist, and Point Chaza there in the colours of Formula One. Interesting that we haven't seen Stephen Mujingi, the defending champion, come up here, and he was running in his new colours of Toyota, but today struggling.
Well, the top of Constantia Neck, we're still there, but we're going to be back after this break with some more Two Oceans action.
John suffers from indigestion. James suffers from heartburn. But sometimes it's the other way around, or both. That's why I recommend John and James use Gaviscon Plus.
It not only relieves the burning pain of heartburn, but also goes to the stomach to take care of indigestion. For fast relief you can actually feel. Gaviscon Plus. Visit your local pharmacy and stand a chance to win a TV every day with Gav. See T's and C's in store.
If bugs had the choice, they wouldn't choose Raid Multi-Insect Killer. Raid Multi-Insect Killer's powerful breakthrough formula kills both flying and crawling insects on contact. Raid kills bugs dead, protects your family.
Headache can strike anytime, anywhere. Unlike powders, Disprin Melts works without water and has a great lemon flavor that melts on the tongue for fast relief. Don't let a headache stop your life. Get Disprin Melts, fast pain relief on the move.
Well, as the leaders speed their way down from the top of Constantia Neck to the finish at UCT with just a few kilometers to go, David Khatebe it was that was out in front, but he had a whole pack of guys chasing him. And the question now remains as to whether they will catch him. But we're back now at the top of Constantia Neck, with many runners have gone through, and the battle, of course, is down in the Kirstenbosch area towards the finish. It's going to be very exciting. If you're having a little bit of technical problems with breakup with our pictures going through the trees, that is the leader.
David Khatebe in the colours of Impala. He's just past the 50-kilometer mark in 2:49, so he's really up the pace, and we're looking at a sub 3:10 winning time now.
Ja, Q&A, hy moes omtrent 67 minute gehardloop het vir die tweede helfte tussen 21 en 42, en hy hardloop nog steeds teen dieselfde pas. Hy moes die skade aangerig het aan die groot groep.
Absolutely superb run by this man. He wasn't amongst everybody's favourites, but we never forget that he's got a 2:13 marathon to his name, and that is very quick. It's all about speed, particularly in this race. Remember, it's 14 k's longer than a standard marathon, so it's not up in the 80 or 90 k ultra marathon level. So very often the fast marathon guys will come through, but Khatebe
we were wondering if he would fade, but he's not. And the end here, Kieran, is not quite as heavy downhill as it looks, but it's gentle and it's certainly downhill.
It'll be interesting to see, Donovan, how he goes once he starts on the downs again. You can see he is looking around a lot, and to me his legs are really heavy. They don't have that bounce that they had 6 kilometers back, and whether or not those guys can close down that gap is going to tell. But as you can see, he's back on the downhill and he's opening up again.
Ja, Kieran, jy kan duidelik sien sy pas versnel onmiddellik op die af. Hy het nog ver om te hardloop na die hoek toe van by Rhodes Drive, maar dit beteken nou dat hy redelik kan bou op sy voorsprong. Hy is die eerste oor die heuwel, so hy is die eerste op die afdrand en hy kan bou op en hy kan dadelik sien hy hardloop 3:15, 3:10 per kilometer.
I haven't seen him look back at all. Although, just when I say that, but he doesn't look, and that's always a good sign. The guy's confident, and he's just he's moving very freely. He doesn't look like his legs are tying up. And I'm trying to look back on the road. Kieran, your young eyes are better than mine. What can you see back there?
To me, Ian, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but I really think that he's not the same man he was at the top of Constantia. You can see that that knee, the leg turnover in his legs, and he doesn't have that much bounce. And he's got 6 kilometers left, and Donovan, I wouldn't be surprised if perhaps that second bunch does catch him.
Ja, hulle is aan die bopunt daar, Kieran, as jy mooi kan sien, iemand het om my draai gekom en hy het omtrent 'n minuut en 'n half gehad in terme van voorsprong. So hy het omtrent nog so 3 kilometer voordat hy gaan links draai om af te hardloop na UCT toe, maar dan gaan hy moet werk want hy gaan daar redelike groot klim hê.
Well, you've got to give him points for going away down into Hout Bay. That was a brave move against all those top favourites, and he's hung on, and it was very aggressive.
Yeah, really aggressive from the man hailing from Mpumalanga. So it's going to be interesting to see if he does get the victory. He will be probably, if I'm not mistaken, the first South African since 2007, and when Bethiel Netchifefe won. So nice if he can pull it off, a nice South African win there.
Well, in fact, George Shinseliza came back a couple of years ago to win in 2011. So we have, but not many South Africans in the last 10 years.
Ja, definitief. As ons kyk na wat gebeur het vanaf 2000 vir die afgelope 13 jaar, is omtrent 8 van die wenners het gekom van buite af. So dis 'n groot verligting om net te sien dat Suid-Afrikaner raad op so goed.
Well, he's now on that long downhill down through to Kirstenbosch Gardens, and he really did take a chance going up there when they got to Chapman's Peak and down the other side down into Hout Bay. But Donovan, as we mentioned earlier, they went through the 21k mark earlier in around about 1:13, and then they went through the marathon mark in 2:21, meaning that he ran that second 21k section in 67. We saw Henry Kipsang, he's definitely paid the price for it, but at this stage Katebe is still holding on.
Ja, en sy ritme is fantasties hier af teen die heuwel. So as hy homself kan redelik spaar hier teen die heuwel af, Kieran, vir hy gedeelte as hy Rhodes Avenue ophardloop, dan gaan hy definitief wen. Want mense sien nog geen sits in die agtergrond enige ene aanspraak maak op sy voorsprong nie.
Well, if you look at the clock, it's coming up to 2 hours and 54, and if he runs 3 hours and 10, that is just 16 minutes of running to go. And if you are a minute behind, that's not much, with a long way to go. But with 16, you got to run a whole lot quicker than this guy to catch him.
Ja, beslis een. As hy nou 3:20 km hardloop, dan sal jy omtrent 3:05 moet hardloop. En in die laat stadium van die wedloop, jy is doodreg. Niemand gaan hom vang nie.
Well, checking his watch there, 2 hours and 54 minutes into the race. Katebe has been leading this race for a long time now, around about 32 kilometers when they broke away on the top of Chapman's Peak, and it's going to be amazing to see if he can hold on, and credit to him if he does.
We're going past one of the great landmarks, not only in Cape Town, but in fact in South Africa. That's the Kirstenbosch National Gardens off to his left. And if you've ever spent time in Cape Town, walking through Kirstenbosch is absolutely brilliant. And he's just zoomed past flash past. I'm sure he didn't notice all the wildflowers and the fynbos in Kirstenbosch, but it is just a fantastic place with a beautiful mountain and the Jan Smuts steps you climb up to get to the top of the table. But there he goes. David Katebe leading 2013, the 44th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans.
Well, Katebe, definitely an elite athlete, but not one of the pre-race favourites. He's only got results like a 2:26 marathon from the SA Champs and a 2:29. He ran 2:40 in the Soweto Marathon last year, so no one that we would have expected to be up there, but he's really pulling it off today.
Ja, Kieran, hy kan maar dalk sy fokus gehad het op net hierdie wedloop en dus is 'n marathon 2:26 net geoefen het. Maar as mens nou na hom kyk hier, Kieran, is dit duidelik hierdie atleet het die tipe beenspoed wat aan die einde van die dag om rondom 3:10 gaan bring van 'n baie stadige pas.
Well, you know, this race, Kieran, is called the world's most beautiful marathon, but I think we should change the name to the world's most unpredictable marathon because it's very, very difficult to call.
Definitely, I would agree to that, Ian. We saw that with the half marathon earlier with the Ethiopian lady coming from nowhere to win the race, and she also wasn't one of the expected athletes, but yeah, they should take that together. But here we see the chasing bunch coming from behind, and I think they have closed that gap a little bit. It's probably down to about a minute, and you can see in the front there the Toyota athlete, Motloka and Kabutlane. He finished second in 2010, and he's really, really pushing these guys. But right behind him, on the left-hand side of the screen in the Nedbank colours, Warrinyale Lebopo, brother to the 2010 winner Mabutile Lebopo. Next to him is Intandazo Pina, a local from Cape Town, running his second Two Oceans. He got a gold last year and looking to repeat. And the man on the right-hand side, Ian Colin Makaza, he was second last year. Followed closely by the Max Elite athlete Moketsi Musutli, second in 2010, 10th last year, and perhaps top 3 again this year.
Ja, en dis Johannes Kekana wat nou afgeval het, wat nou ons duidelik sien, hy hardloop nog sterk, maar hierdie groep voor hom is besig om baie vinnig die gaping toe te maak, maar ek dink is heel te laat, Kieran, dat hulle enigstens vir David gaan vang, maar wat wel besig is om te gebeur, is 'n interessante wedloop rond op tweede plek.
Yes, most definitely. For the second position, we're going to see a really exciting race. You see Henry Kipsang has not even featured yet coming past here, but in the picture now, Mark Focaroni and his club mate Lebenian Korka coming through. Yeah, and the old gentleman on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see there with the white t-shirt. A little bit of interesting history trivia. That's Zeb Luhabe. He ran about 12 Comrades marathons, failed to finish one, and then in 2003 was the last official finisher, running 11:59:59.
Yeah, we won't spend too much time, but that was an absolutely iconic moment, Zeb Luhabe, when he just made it at well over 70 years of age, the last Comrades marathon. There he is back on the side of the road, and he's still going. I mean, he must, goodness knows how old he is, but he really isn't a brilliant guy. Fantastic. But now, all sorts of bikes all over the road there.
En daar kan mens duidelik sien Vladimir Kotov, een van die groot legendes hier by beide twee Oceane en Comrades, wat vir die Century City Club hardloop. En dit lyk of hy ook 'n bietjie sukkel vandag.
Well, Vladimir Kotov, of course, 3 times Comrades Marathon winner in the orange colours of Century City. He moved from his native Russia down to Cape Town, became a naturalised South African quite a long time ago, and he's an absolute legend here in Cape Town in the running circles. He trains all over the place, famous, he does all sorts of motivational stuff, and I'm not sure if he's the first master, but we haven't seen any over 50s, but he certainly keeps going strong. But we're now on back with bike 2 with the woman, and that is Natalia Volgina, previous winner, the fastest marathon in the women's field of 2:27, but we're not sure if that means too much today. But Volgina, who is running without her glasses today, her husband Alexei Volgin is a multiple Comrades gold medalist. Volgina keeping the family name going, so she's in the race. I'm quite sure where she is at the moment, Kieran.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, she might be around 3rd or 4th there. We did see her going through the marathon mark. She was behind Elena and Tabita, but it'll be interesting to see who's in front of her. There was a big bunch of women. We had Elena Nogalieva together with Nina Pognesnova, the other Russian athletes, and Tabita Tsatsa and Mamarola Chorka. But Donovan, things definitely hotting up in the 2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Ja, nee, mens kan duidelik sien dat sy nog redelijk sterk klim, Kieran, maar ons is definitief nie verseker of sy voor is. Hier gaan Craig ook verby, so dit gee indikasie van die tyd wat hierdie atlete besig is om te hardloop, en ook hoe stadig die tyd oor die algemeen gaan wees vandag.
Well, it's coming up for 3 hours, and she's just getting to the top of Constantia Neck, so we're not entirely sure. Our camera pictures are broken up amongst the leading women, so we'll just focus on Natalia Volgina. She has been running in South Africa quite a lot. She's done a couple of Comrades, and she was second 1 year. In fact, she won here at the Two Oceans a while back, and she was second behind Gwen van Lingen way back about 10 years ago. But there she is, behind the motorbike, up to the top of Constantia Neck.
Well, very interesting to see if she's in the lead. As you mentioned, Ian, she won it back in 2002. Took 10 years break from the Two Oceans and came back. She was second last year as well to Elena, but at the moment looking really good.
En sy is 'n klasatleet. Sy was 4de gewees verlede jaar, maar ek kan vir jou definitief sê sy's 4de hierdie jaar in hierdie posisie. Maar sy's 'n klasatleet. Ons sal kyk wie voor haar is, maar ek dink wel dis Elena wat voor is.
Well, you have to guess, but there's 4th place, so ahead of her will be probably Elena Negalieva. Well, we're getting mixed messages. Somebody, not quite sure, but she is the first lady through halfway. I beg your pardon. First lady at the top of Constantia. Goodness, there must have been a lot of action, Kieran, or Willie. There must have been a lot of action going up that hill, because she's all of a sudden in the lead.
Siyabona ke intokazi ngempela uthi ke siyayibona ke intokazi twins laphana ke number 2 njengamanje. Sibonile intokazi ebelita laphana eVolcano obuyena olida njengamanje. Kanti twins number 2 manje ngempela asazi kuzokwenzakala ngoba siyabona ukuthi kunzima ngempela ke na intokazi laphana ke enye ezayo lapha futhi nayo siyayibona ukuthi athanda ukuthabitha tsatsa noma no choko balandelana eduza asazi ngempela uzokwenza no 3 no 4 lona laphana.
So, here we go. Here's the story. It is Natalia Volgina over the top first from Russia. To beat it, Satsa, she's coming up the hill in 2nd place. Behind her was Elena Negalieva in the same group, together with Mamarola Choka. And this is Podnevesnova, the other Russian. But there comes, that's Mamarola Choka with a white headband. Just behind her is Elena Negalieva, who looks desperate, to be very honest. She's really struggling up the hill there, missing her sister, and it's not all coming together for her today. It's so obviously lots and lots of things happened on the way up from Hout Bay.
Siyabona ngempela ke ukuthi into zithanda ukushintsha lapha ama-twins hayi sengathi ke azoshawa namhlanje ngoba siyabona lelo number 3 manje lilapha number 3 kanti dade wabo asazi ukuthi lapho basokhuma umuntu dade wabo esanda ukuthola umntwana njengamanje kanti intokazi elidayo lapha yase-Russia siyibone enye intokazi lapha eqhamuka khona lapha eLesotho lapha eduze number 2 wakhe asazi ngempela ukuthi kuzokwane siyayibona ke twins lapha lele number 3 manje asazi noma lisengakwazi libe likhave lapha ngoba sebenza qala phela ukuthi athole i-down manje.
That's Podnevesnova in, I think it's 4th or 5th place, the Russian. So we have 3 Russians up there, and Shanae Bosman coming through. I knew she'd go slowly in the first half, and Shanae moving up the hill. We're guessing now 6th or 7th place, but that is a good run by Shanae. I'm very happy. She might catch 1 or 2 people as well before the end. We'll be back with the final action in the Comrades, the Two Oceans Marathon right after this.
Because you've got the determination to really go the distance. Because you've got the endurance to make it through the ups and the downs. Because you know when to hold on and when to let go. Because you have the courage to never give up. We know we've made the right investment when we decided to help you do great things. Old Mutual. Do great things.
We are back with the race lead up with not far to go. We're in those barriers coming up towards UCT, and it is David Khatebe, who's leading, and I don't think anybody is going to catch him.
Well, we can look over his left shoulder into the distance, and you see open road, which is the dream of every runner at this stage in the race. It means he has at least a minute, and he has probably just over a kilometer to go. And this is a move that has stuck. We saw him make this move at the top of Chapman's Peak Drive on the descent down into Hout Bay. He's done this before at the Soweto Marathon, but has been caught. But today seems to be the day that David Khatebe has made it stick, Willie.
Yeah, njengoba ke ngatsho kubaleli lapha emakhaya ukuthi ke njengoba kade kungishilo ukuthi uthanda ukuba nomoya eqala le race okuyichance lapho ukuthi ke kungacishe kube khona umuntu omusha ozowina ngempela ke sokube njalo njengoba kade ngishilo kwamagama enkehlo ukuthi ke ngempela unumber 1 lona wethu owina namhlanje na ke owalapha eMzansi Afrika sikujabulela kakhulu ke and uyaqala ke ukuthi awine and ube nesikhathi esinga 2:13 kwi marathon esinge fast kodwa ke siyambona njengamanje ukuthi ngempela akuselula ukuthi leya group ebemlandela phana yensizwa eze Mr Prize zimthole ngempela akasekude ukuthi afinishe lana noma isikhathi ke singezuba fast kodwa ke ukuwina ikona esemqoka kunako konke njengoba siyabona ukuthi ke nezibukele seziningi ngempela njengamanje ukukhomisa kona sezidumela eMantsumpeni.
That there is 1 kilometer to go for Khatebe, and that means that he has less than about 4 minutes. 3 minutes till he hits the grass here at the University of Cape Town to be welcomed home by this enormous crowd that has gathered here. And so at this stage the race seems in the bag, barring disaster.
Well, what was always going to happen today after that relatively slow first half where they went through in 1 hour 37 is somebody was going to make a sprint for it, and it could have been almost anybody. What it was, this guy of all people, David Khatebe of Impala, coming through and running negative splits probably in this race. In other words, his second half over all those hills is going to be quicker than the first half.
And we saw when he made that move, it was on the gradual climb up Constantia neck, and we saw how aggressively he was working. He was working so hard. And looking at him now, you can see that he's tired. This little section he's on now is a hill which any other time they would negotiate without a thought. But at this stage of the race, it hurts, Willie. He's got about 150, 200 meters before he will hit the grass here at UCT.
Definitely, we can see that the guy is hurt, but it's not very far to the finish. As you can see, that it's about to approach the finish. Siyabona ke manje uzoshaya nje ihili at almost about 100 to 150 meters bese qhamukele groundini ke sokunakisisa kakhulu ukuthi ke i-first half ibe slowly kodwa i-second half ibe fast. Siyakhumula lo dra ithe ifika lapha ka 42 bese ivule igap ecishe iba about 17 to 18 minutes ku number 2 wethu ku number 2 wakhe uDavid Khatebe lapha siyambona ngempela ka uyayilida i-tuition this year uyena na kanjani ozayidla i-tuition sokungezeka nje umlingo ongawazi ngawuqhamukephi uma ngase angawini.
What a feeling for this guy. I mean, you know, he's raced against the top ultra guys in the country and the region, and here he is storming away. He's miles ahead of everybody else, and he must be in a completely different world mentally.
Absolutely. He must now, this is the off-ramp that takes him into the University of Cape Town fields. It's a steep drop. At this stage, his legs will be exploding every time they land, but he won't care because at this almost took a wrong turn. Luckily, someone steered him in the right direction there. He is about to come onto the grounds, just making sure this time about directions. Wouldn't want to take a wrong turn at this late stage. And this is David Khatebe, who is going to win the 2013 Two Oceans Marathon. He knows it now. That's the grass of UCT. Let's bring him home. You can hear this crowd welcoming him home.
And what a scene for the people. He's just running past our commentary box and he's going really quickly. He's onto the final straight. It's quite a long straight, but there must be 10,000 people packed into the UCT grounds here on the rugby fields. Off to his left is the UCT and the mountain, and look, he's got his necklace in his mouth. What a guy.
He's got his celebration planned. He's had about an hour and 20 minutes to think about the celebration because that's how long he's been at the front of this race. A early move, a dominant move, and Willie, this is a surprising winner, but a dominant winner.
Siyayibona ngempela ke insizwa lapha egijimela impala yakhona lapha emayeni uDavid Khatebe ozofinisha njengamanje. Siyambona ngempela ukuthi ujabule ngempela njengoba sike sasho ukuthi ene umuntu obesingamlindele ukuthi ngasiwina, kodwa njengoba ngingasho ene sizacishe sibe nomuntu omusha owinayo namhlanje na ingwazi zethu ke besizilindele azikwazanga ukuthi zimeshe lento dalena. Siyayibona i-future ijabule kakhulu. Siyabona hayi bengacishe iqhubeke kube beyinamandla ngempela. Siyayibona ke ishaye intambo. Sembongela kakhulu ke sesizalindela ko unumber 2 naye ongesekude ukuthi aqhamuke igenge egijimela Mr Prize njengamanje. Siyabona ke nake sengena unumber 2 wethu egijimela iNedbank obengasele naye kakhulu dikhona insizwa eziza nje naye eduze kwakhe futhi ngokuthetha ezongena khona manje.
Sub 3 hours and 10 by just a few seconds, and what a great run, a big gap. They chased him but they could not catch him, and he is the winner, and here comes number 2.
Absolutely, that's probably around a minute, just under a minute, the lead for David Khatebe at the finish line. We saw a 3:09.40. Here's Kina coming in second in the colours of Nedbank.
Well, that's from Tandazo Cleanup, the first Western Province runner, and what a welcome he's getting from the crowd here. And it's been a long time since a Cape Town runner ended up high up in the old Mutual Two Oceans, and what a fantastic run. It has been an incredible race in terms of the underdogs coming through.
Siyabona ke umthandazo uqina laphana ozofinisha ke ephuma number 2 isikhathi esihle kakhulu asigijimele laphana ke, and siyabona nande enye insizwa laphana ngempela nayo egijimela iMr Prize, asazi ngempela kuzoka kuba nali yansizwa laphana imcine eduze. Siyabona ngempela ukuthi kunzima laphana, insizwa zijulukile zimanzi ngoba sesihathi ukuthi isikhathi asibanga sihle kona ke bagijimile Mokayethi Musuhle uyena ke ophume number 3 laphana ke.
Now we're having fourth, so the runners coming in fairly quickly at this stage. That's Colin Makaza finishing in 3:11.20, also in the colours of Nedbank, so they're stacking their runners well today.
Siyabona ngempela ke insizwa ziyafinisha laphana ke, nandi enye insizwa egijimela yona iToyota Motlokai Mukaputsana okikhama khona le eLesotho uzofinisha njengamanje, elilandelwa enye insizwa eNedbank laphana. Ngempela kunzima ngempela, lensizwa ziphuma kude kade qala ukugijima sokuphele 3 hours iskiba njengamanje. Siyazibona ziyafinisha ngempela, zijabule phela ngoba ungena first 10 lana ku ocean aku easy. Siyayibona le insizwa ijabule ngempela na ukuthi ingene lapha ku first 10. Sihalalisela ke ngempela ukuthi ke siyabona balandeli lapha baningi ngempela abalapha ku finish.
That's 6th place in now, so we've got 4 more to make up the top 10. That's 6th for Lebopo, also a well-known name of Two Oceans.
The top 10 are actually closing in quite quickly. If I'm looking at the top 10 of other years, they're sort of spread out, sometimes up to 7-8 minutes. But we had that first gap between the first runner, and then they're just pouring in within 5 minutes.
Yeah, and that's symptomatic really of the slow early pace, which would have allowed big batches to form, big groups to form, and then the explosion that we saw in the second half off Chapman's Peak is what allowed Khatebe to make that big gap. And now we're seeing a regular drip of these elite athletes coming in to claim these top 10 gold medals. That's Sotang Maine in 8th place, we believe.
Willie, of the runners that you've seen finish, who has not come in the golds that you feel is like an absolutely surprise, that you would have put big money on it, that they would be in this top 10? It's been a race of sorts.
Yeah, definitely, Helen. Siyabona njengamanje uJohannes Kekana siyamazi ke le indoda endale kade yaqala igijima laphana ke ngicamthi iyona insizwa eqala lana eno 40 years kuya phezulu. Siyayibona igijime kahle kakhulu laphana ngoba nayo beyilapha ebhantshini laphana ihleli ebhantshini. Siyayibona ke ize finisher lapha egijimela iBonitas, kanti ilandelwa enye insizwa laphana eseduze nayo Mr Prize. Siyabona ngempela ukuthi njengamanje i-first 10 yethu sezokwazi iphelele. Siyabona uLebanye Nkoka oqhama khona le eLesotho naye ezofinisha njengamanje kuyona i-first 10. Asazi ngempela ukuthi ke yipi intokazi ezokwazi ingene phambili ngoba nazo intokazi azisekude nje ukuthi zifike laphana. Maki Fokolora oqhamuka phesha eZimbabwe naye uye ozofinisha njengamanje.
Zimbabwean is Mike Fokoroni. He's the guy at the back of your screen who we believe is going to claim the 10th and final gold medal today. And so we've seen really, if you bear in mind the winning time was 3:09.40 odd. That means that within 4.5 minutes we've seen all our golds come in, and as Helen, you mentioned earlier, we've had a good clustering of those golds with a 1-minute win for Khatebe, so that is a dominant performance on an otherwise tight day of racing here.
And this is, if this is the 11th position, it's one of the worst places that you could come. He's out of the prize money, and but had a remarkable performance as well. And we've noticed, I think the runner that came in about the 8th was had a 40 on his vest, which means he's a veteran, which is also quite an exceptional performance.
Yeah, and this is Moses Njodzi, who has previously celebrated at this finish line as the winner of the race. and today claims the first silver medal as 11th place. So the ups and downs of long distance running.
Siyabona ngempela ke insizwa ziyangena ngempela ngokukhulu ukuchesha ke njengamanje. Insizwa kufinisha insizwa ngena insizwa ngempela siyabona ke insizwa lapha gijimela iToyota izofinisha nayo njena ingekudanga kuyona iTop 10 kodwa awazange iTop 10 angene kwiTop 10 kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke ugijime kahle ngoba phela ngeke ngasho ukuthi njengobuka lapho umlaleli emakhaya uyabona ngempela ukuthi ukhona umoya ophephezela kwezinto lapha siyabona bafinisha siyabona nabantu abakhona lapha abazobungaza abagijimi babo abagijima lapha i2 Ocean siyabona ke enye insizwa lapha eyona egijimela iNetbank naye izofinisha lapha kuyona i2 Ocean.
Well, if you are just joining us at this early stage in the ultramarathon, but late stage as far as the winners go, we've seen David Khatebe, the unheralded David Khatebe, claim this title this morning in a time of 3:09:45 unofficially. He made a move very early in the race, just after halfway, and created a gap that he defended all the way to the finish line. And Helen, this is an unpredictable race. We say this every year. It's one of the hardest to call. But for David Khatebe to have won it in this fashion today is perhaps one of the big surprises in recent years.
Oh, very much so. I mean, but if you spoke to anyone who knew athletes before this race, and you asked the likes of Kieran and Willie, and they know these athletes well, nobody could really predict a definite winner, and they knew that it was open to everyone, but I don't think anyone predicted David to win it. In fact, his name wasn't even listed in the program as one of the favourites. So yeah, really a race of surprises.
But an athlete with credentials, because we've seen he has a 2:13 marathon, so he's certainly in that mix.
Oh, absolutely.
But in the past, he's gone out in the Soweto marathon and used the same tactic of making an early aggressive move, but he's in the past paid for that and been caught. Today was the day that it stuck. So he's effectively gambled and won, and that is to his credit, having played such an early card in this race, to have been able to defend it, and a memorable, dominant victory for David Khatebe today.
Yeah, a wonderful performance, and I think that is what makes it difficult. There's probably 50 runners come into this race with all amazing credentials. You know, there's some fast marathons. We had Hout Bay with 2:06. I don't know where he is. Hey, Willie. I mean, very fast marathon time.
Yeah, I think I don't think maybe he didn't finish because we didn't see him after 30 kilometers, and even Muzingi, I mean, he is not in the first 20, so we don't know exactly. Maybe they're resting for comrades. We don't know. But siyabona njengamanje ngempela ukuthi ke insizwa lezi besizilindele azikwazanga ukuthi zingene lapha kwi-first 10 ezifana noMzingi noBongusimusa Mthembu, singazi ke noma ke mhlambe bazongela yona iCommerce phela ngoba nayo ayisekude kakhulu. Siyabona ngempela ke insizwa ziyafinisha lapha nando ke enye insizwa eNetbank, kanti engakusho lapha ke insizwa eNetbank izona engathi ziningi ezingene lapha kwi-first 10 kanye neMr Prize.
We're just watching now here at the finish line. These are the runners coming in around 20th to 30th position. They are the men who would have been in contention for much of this race, but for whatever reason they haven't had the legs today, and they have perhaps decided to conserve energy. We'll see many of these men in a few months at the Comrades Ultramarathon, but they are the guys who have finished in strong silver medals, but not quite perhaps up to the standards that they would have wanted. But really, just tactically, we saw such an interesting race today, because the first 21k were slow by the standards of these men, and having raced at this level yourself, you know that the moves are going to come, and when the attack comes, like we saw from Khatebe, what goes through the mind of the athletes? Do they take a chance and say that we don't think that this athlete can stay away and pay for it? Is that potentially what we saw today?
I think because of the windy, it was quite heavy at the start. It did give more the slow runners a chance to run well, because they didn't run fast in the first half. But definitely the second half was really they ran very fast. Even the winner, we really didn't expect, because he's a new guy. You know, as I said, that we might have a new winner because of the wind. The start was not very fast. Istart asibanga fast kwandisa ama-chance ke ukuthi ke sithole umuntu omusha ozowina, ngoba nabagijimi laba abangenathi speed bakwazi ukuthi bahlale ephasini. Sibonile ukuthi igroup bekade igijima iningi, kodwa zithe lazifika ko-32-33 kilometers yaqala ukuthi ihlakazeke igroup laphana ke. Sibonga kakhulu ke sihalalisela ke indoda ewinile, ngoba sibona ukuthi umuntu ebesingamlindele. Siyayibona nale nsizwa lo uTennis Jacobs uthi no, next year I'm coming back, definitely, don't worry.
Absolutely, and I think you might find that many of these guys that came to this race today feeling that they had the potential to get a gold, not their day at about 30 and they can see that they're not going to win anything. I think either they might pull out and say, well, let me just have a slow training run, and we may not see them coming across the finish line. They hop in a car just down the road just for a bit of pride or something. But been a fantastic race. And Ross, we were talking about the finish. It's a little bit deceiving. It's actually a very mean finish for the guys on the track. They come around a bend and they see this banner and over a walk bridge, and I think psychologically you're going to think it's the end, and you get there and it does another angle for 100 meters, and in a way it's really not what you want, because your mind will be switching off when it sees this first banner.
They need to put a big banner on there saying not the finish line. We've seen athletes actually stop at that walk bridge rather than go on the way to the finish line. But we've now gone back to the women's race, and it's Natalia Volgina who leads this race, and she is on the descent, a fairly steep descent, I think, down towards the bottom gate of the Kirstenbosch Gardens. And this is an athlete who, actually, we were just looking at some of her stats, incredible longevity, because in 2002, 11 years ago, she ran the third fastest time in history on this course. She didn't win the race that day because she was up against the Nagelieva twins, who she, I believe, has never beaten at Two Oceans. But she's on her way to doing that today, Helen. And perhaps a surprise for the fact that she hasn't featured for so long, but certainly a credentialed athlete with marathon pedigree and oceans pedigree to back up what she's doing now.
Well, she's coming into this race today. She is the fastest marathoner in the field, a 2:27, albeit a few years back. But she's got that inherent speed in her legs. And she's also developed a lot of strength from having run these longer races. So she's a 4-time gold medalist. She has won the race once. She's actually come second 3 times. So, she puts her name sort of on that first or second spot. But a remarkable performance, and I think it'll be nothing taking away from the Nurglieva sisters, but I think some people might be pleased to see just a different person on the podium.
Siyabona ke intokazi elidawu njengamanje laphana eqhama khona le eRussia uNatalia Volgina egijimela iNedbank. Siyacabanga ukuthi ke akuselula na ukuthi bayithole njengamanje ngoba siyabona igap ithanda ukuthi nayo ithi iqaqa ongela ukuthi bayivale. Siyayibuka isikhathi kuyasho ukuthi ke sezidumela emantsopeni ayisekude nefinish.
Well, we're going to switch away from the ladies race and go across to Ian Laxton, who's going to be chatting to the winner of the men's race.
Well, with me, David Khatebe, the winner of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon for 2013. David, how are you feeling? You look fantastic.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
And you took the lead quite early. Was that your plan?
Yeah, it's my plan for 30. After 32, I'm gone. I'm just go to 3 minutes, 15 seconds per kilo.
Were you not worried about all those favorite guys behind you?
Yeah, I don't worry about it. I'm just know about the training session. I'm doing the training session in 10:10s, and I'm just feeling good. I'm just going away.
What did it feel like to win the race? You were happy, you were waving?
I'm happy because it's my plan for the winning that race.
And next year we talk about R1 million for the record. You think you can come back and defend?
Yeah, I'm come back to defend because now I'm just preparing for win Two Ocean, and after that I'm going to Comrades Marathon to place in top 5.
David, we don't know so much about you. Where do you come from and where do you live?
We just saw there.
My home is Constantia. I'm working for the Impala Platinum Rustenburg. Now I'm staying in Rustenburg. Training is there, alles is there.
Are you a full-time worker? Do you also have a big job?
I'm full-time worker for the sports. I'm working for the recreation sports officer.
Well done, David, from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, pleasure.
Back to the studio.
Well, we're back with the ladies race, and I think there's probably about 5 kilometers to go, 3 kilometers to go. We've got Natalia Volgina in the first place. I just saw the bike next to Shanae Bosman, who was in 4th place. we need to actually confirm who's holding second and third place. But Shane looked very good. She looked as though she may have been closing down on Elena Nuglieva.
Elena was third, and we're just getting confirmation of that now on our screen. We saw her about 100 meters ahead of Shane Bosman, and Bosman is finishing super fast today. She was conservative in the first half. We saw footage of her coming up Constantia Neck, and she was making a move then. And so don't be surprised if she catches Elena and then has second place in her sights, who currently is Tsatsa. Volgina may be out of reach. Time will tell. As we've heard, she's got 3 kilometers to go. But some interesting developments behind, Willie.
Siyabona ngempela ukuthi ke nakuzona intokazi laphana eziza ngemva kwa intokazi laphana yase Russia laphana uNatalia Volkene asazi ngempela uzengenzeka ngoba siyabothi zisondelene nazo azishiyene, kodwa ke le elidown njengamanje asicamanga ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi iphinde ingabisawina njengamanje. Nayo akusekude, seyisale nje almost 2.5 kilometers to go ukuthi ifinishe lapha kufinish. Siyabona ukuthi ngempela nayo isesemandleni semidlandleni ngoba iyabona hayi sezidubele emansumpeni. Kanti ke intombazane number 2 naye ayidanga kakhulu ke, asazi ngempela kuze kwenzekani ema-twins ngoba elinye i-twins njengamanje lilele unumber 3, kodwa ke Snowval ngoba intokazi le eseduze kwayo yaka-Bosman ithanda uyivale igap, asazi ngempela noma ikwazi ikhiphe i-position 3.
Well, we are watching Natalia Volgina coming down the hill, about to turn left with 3 kilometers to go. There we see she's 36 years old, 4 medals. She's had 3 seconds, a first, and looks like she's going for her second win. 11 years later, I think, isn't it, Russell?
Well, that time we just saw there, 3:38.02, is the third fastest time in the history of this race. It wasn't a winning time in that race in 2002, but now, 11 years later, she looks on course to run fairly close to that, which is remarkable for her longevity as much as it is the quality of the performance. She's coming up now to 53 kilometers, and so she will turn left onto the M3 and then begin what is really the finishing straight that takes her up to the University of Cape Town finishing field. So a superb performance, Willie, in terms of longevity. To be at this level 11 years after running a 3:38 in 2002 is an amazing performance for an ultramarathon runner.
Oh, definitely, there's no doubt. Siyayibona ngempela intokazi laphana ukuthi ke igijima kahle ngoba basibuka ama-gold, inama-gold amane lana kuyona i-2 Ocean Marathon. Seyake yayiwina yona yaphinda yafinisha kwi-first 3 kathathu futhi engicama ukuthi ke emva kweminyaka engaka yakugcina ukugijima isikhathi esihle kangaka izojabula kakhulu esathi sigijimela namhlanje ngoba siyabona ngempela ukuthi hayi seyisalele nje almost 2 kilometers to go, akusekude ukuthi ngempela ifike lapha lento kwi-finish. And siyabona ukuthi igap laphana angeke ngayibhadi nje mase kuqhamuka umuntu enye intokazi engase ivale leya gap. Nakanjani ke nawo seyiye zithi hayi sezidumele emantsupeni sekuseduze phambili.
So we're looking Volgina here. This is the turn which she makes left, and now she's on the M3 heading up to the finish of UCT. This hurts because she's been going downhill for the most part over the last almost half an hour from the top of Constantia Neck. And suddenly, having gone along this long descent, you get this rhythm-breaking climb where you go uphill. It's not too steep and it's not too long, but it hurts at this late stage in the race.
But she's looking very comfortable. She's got quite a small stride and an even gait, and she looks like today she's sort of cruising, putting a little bit of effort running up the hill, but doesn't look like she's taking any strain.
No, and you can see that she's managing it well because she's one by one systematically leaving the men who were with her on the descent behind. So she has managed this race well, and she is looking strong as she heads towards this finish.
Yeah, I think she have just to keep that pace now. She doesn't have to be worried looking behind because we can see that the gap is quite big. And siyabona ngempela njengamanje cha intokazi ihleli nje ephesini manje namangase ihlale kule pace njena ingayishintshi ingagijimi fast ingabi slowly akuselula ngempela ukuthi abalandela baphinde bayithole. And siyabona njengamanje nawo seyicelele nje almost 1.5 km to go, akusekude ngempela ukuthi ke ifike lapha ku finish, isalele nje ihidlane encane mayithe nje qwa phezulu kuyona seyiyakwazi ifikela egroundini. Siyabona ngempela ukuthi ke khona nensizwa ezigijimana lapha kodwa siyabona ukuthi kunzima nasensizweni ukuthi zihlale kule pace yalentokazi.
She's about to get to the top of this small little hill. She's got the experience, of course, to know that the race is really in the bag now with a flat section that awaits her. She has what looks to be certainly a sizable lead. We haven't seen those splits, but certainly there is no reason for her to be concerned about a threat from behind, and Volgina looks good to go ahead and claim her second win in this event.
Well, I think we're going to be just given a split between the first and the second lady. Here we are. So it's been a running time of 3:30. I think we've got about 2.5 kilometers to go. And there we have 40 seconds between herself and the second place. So we're just going to wait and see exactly who that is.
Yeah, it was, at the last check, it was Tsatsa, of course, in second, Elena Nagalieva in third, and Bosman finishing like a train in fourth. And so what will be interesting to see is how much fourth, third and second change, because certainly what we saw of Bosman is that she is a threat for third and possibly even for second. So that will be something to keep an eye out as we've watched the last 10 minutes of this race unfold.
And if it is Tabita Tatsu, it's a fantastic performance, as she is a novice at this race. It's her first race, and she's a 40-year-old woman. So outstanding, but also comes in with excellent pedigree.
Yes, certainly, Helen. Tabita Tsatsa at 40 years of age, the national record holder for Zimbabwe in the marathon, running at 2:29 back in 2008. She's run the Two Oceans half marathon 9 times previously and never finished outside the top 5. So her first debut in the ultra marathon, and currently at this stage, from what we know, in second. But you saw Volgina there, Norma, just going past the 54-kilometer mark. So 2 kilometers to go for her. So she could perhaps break 3:40, if not just over 3:40 winning time this year for the women. Good in these conditions.
Ya Helen, kaloku siyabona kaloku namhlanje yi-Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon, kaloku sijongile phayana uNatalia Volgina siyambona pha uzawungena ewina ngu-2013 klonyaka ebalekela pha uNedbank. Kaloku amawele namhlanje noko awalibonanga elivumayo, omabini kunjalo nje sijongile le ntokazi iminyaka mininzi kudala ezama, kodwa ke namhlanje uthe noko ndiyayithatha yeyam, and sijongile nje ingathi kwindawo yesibini besijonge uThabita Tsatsa kaloku esuka phaa kwelaseZimbabwe, and into esiyijongileyo ingathi noko iAfrika noko iyarepresentwa xa sijongile nje phaa siyabona kaloku uThabita Tsatsa noko phaa eZimbabwe ezawungena kwindawo yesibini. Kanti uShanay Bosman siyamazi kakhulu kwiSoweto Marathon nakuyo kanti South African champion for imarathon eMzantsi Afrika, uza kakuhle kakhulu. Asazi ke noba iwele eli uElisia iyoza na uNugelieva phayana, even umama Roka Choka siyambona phaa naye uza kuza noko. I'm quite happy, Helen, with the performance of the women today.
Excellent. I mean, the conditions have not been favourable, and I think it's always we always expect the Nuglieva sisters to be out front to dominate the race, and it's almost okay who can give them a run for her money. But I do believe that Elena is not. There's an injury. She looks extremely uncomfortable, and she's been just now dropped by Shanae Bosman into 4th place. And fantastic performance by Shanae to just sort of come through the field and be picking up on third place in the women's race.
Yeah, Helen, I see. As the twins are not coming through today, they've been the favourite. Yes, we know. But siyabona kaloku phayana namhlanje i-twins ese-Russia noko ikhona indawo kodwa ke besingenakuba nazo noko i-expectations ezinkulu kakhulu, ingakumbi ku-Olesia. Siyayazi uba kaloku khange abaleke kulo nyaka kupheleyo kuba noko ebekhe wathatha ikhefu wakwabona umntana ukuzama ukukhulisa ifemeli, wafumana umntana oyindoda. But ke sijongile phaa nanku yafondini uVolgina ebeka ikephe ecaleni esithi ndibone ndidingiyelo namhlanje ndiyangena ndizawuthatha i-2013 yile yi-Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Usuka kaloku phaa kwiklabhu yeNedbank, siyambona ewe yona noko imizobo le mincinanana kakhulu, kodwa ke noko uShanay Bosman if angakwazi uba angene, yes, sijongile kaloku phayana. What do you say, Chuen?
Yes, Natalia Volgina has run a brilliant race today, and it looks like she's going to win her second Two Oceans 11 years after winning her first back in 2002. She's got a 2:27 marathon, Norma, and that is why at this stage we don't see the South African ladies up front, because they need to close that gap in the standard marathon mark.
Chuen, it worries ukubona ukuthi the lady that we were expecting from Africa is the veteran. We are excited, yes, but Utapita Zaza Umdala, over 40. It means as a producer in South Africa, we are not producing Helen. What is happening? What's wrong with us? But let's bring the woman. She's coming through. She's got a very good time. And with Shanae, she's also not getting any younger. But Siambona Panaye, she's doing very, very well. Coming in the top 5. Siaitanda Lendo Sibonayo. We are Hamba. She is looking so good. She's looking strong. Ufumana manzi kalok pa usafumana inkaso kubantu base Cape Town nansi water table pa ezawungena. Uyazibona na ibale mali sezayifumana ngoku uNatalia Volgina pha ezawina kaloku kulonyaka le ntombi nonke ikhangeleka istrong kakhulu uzawujika nje umgana omncinane abesengena ngaphakathi silandele kaloku pha sibone uba ngobani nako lokho abazawuthi bangene kulo mdyarho Helen.
Well, I think that her time when she won this race in 2002, 3 hours 38 minutes and 2 seconds, at that point in time, third fastest ever. And I mean, she's going to be not far from that today, and it's exceptional performance. She's such a controlled athlete. You know, in all the years I've watched her run, you never see her panic. If she doesn't win it on the day or someone, she just looks so relaxed. So she's now just about to turn off into the University of Cape Town and then just swing down. She hasn't got 3Ks to go as the leaderboard. That's the placements with 3 kilometers to go for the other ladies. Yeah.
You see that leaderboard at 53 kilometers. Volgina in our picture, the leader there, ahead of Tabitha Satsa, who could be at this stage getting caught by Shanae Bosman, the South African making her debut in the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Elena Logalieva, the defending champion, back and forth, and Mamarola Choka, the queen of the Soweto Marathon, with 6 victories there at this stage in 5th. But it's been a brilliant race so far by Volgina. She ran a controlled race and didn't get too excited about what happened in the beginning.
Well, we've heard that 40 seconds between the first and second lady, and then a little bit back, another 1.5 minutes is the third and the fourth. But I think Shanae is actually moving in there, and I think Elena has to really hold on to maintain the 5th place. 5th position is 3.5 minutes behind the leader, and then 5 minutes behind until to the 6th position. So I think the field has probably settled down. I think we can probably see who are going to be in the goals.
Okay, kaloku siyabona pha ngoku sebezawujika nanke esehla pha kaloku le ntombazana uNatalia Volgina esehla pha esuka kwiNedbank. Siyabona pha ibhayiki kaloku xa ibonisa pha i-first lady ithetha ukuthi loo nto leyo ilady lokuqala liyangena. Sizamngenisa kaloku bantu bakokwethu namhlanje approacha apha i-finishing ixesha elijongileyo phana yi-3 hours 37 minutes. Siza ke sibone kuba inoba ufuna ukuthini na. uNatalia Volgina kaloku namhlanje uyayithatha i-Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Super ntombazana akapaniki xa ebalekayo QN. She doesn't panic, she's calm, she's collected. This is how she's been doing it all the time.
Definitely, Norma. She ran a very controlled and relaxed race when Elena and the other Russian ladies were going fast down the other side of Chapman's Peak. She just ran her own race, judged it to perfection, and she's just entered the UCT grounds. And Helen, she's going to win her second Two Oceans Marathon 11 years after her first.
Remarkable performance, hey? So maybe you do get stronger as you get older, or she should have retained her ability very well. But I think it just goes back, as we've often discussed, a 2:27 marathoner and a good marathon time really, as a rule, sets up a good Two Oceans. But it's to maintain that ability in that pace.
Namhlanje silibonile utshintsho kwi-2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Ayisililo iwele, it's not now the twins, it is now Natalia Volgina. Kaloku siyabona pha namhlanje nankuya engena ezawufinisha okwesibini iminyaka mininzi kudala ezama kudala egqimfa kule Two Oceans, kodwa ngoku siyambona nankuya esiza pha uzayiwina. Waweva, wabulisa abantu, wabulela esithi ndiyabulela Mzantsi Afrika. Nantso ke uyithathile, enkosi kakhulu, uyabulela. Ngumzi waseRussia ke lo ungenayo.
Well, it's her second fastest time. Her previous time was 3:38 and 2 seconds, so not far out from that at all. And her second win.
3:39 and 27 seconds unofficial, the winning time for Natalia Volgina, the champion in the 2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We're going to be looking out for the second place athletes. As far as we know, she was 40 seconds back, and that was Tabitha Tsatsa. But here she is, Shanae Bosman from the Bonitas team. First South African and the debut today, Norma, in the ultramarathon. A fantastic performance.
Q&, I'm excited, I'm happy. The second position, it's been South Africans. It's local, it's locally made. Shanae Bosman, I'm very excited. There she comes from Bonitas. As of finish, second with Two Oceans Marathon with a big smile. Shanae Rasman, she always run fast, she always try her best. Uyambona phaka lokhu Shanae Bosman kudala zama sibona ixesha elihle pha ezawufinisha as second lady. But uThabitha Tsatsa, my apologies, second lady is Tabitha Tsatsa. Helen, we've missed that one. It was Tabitha Tsatsa, second position of Zimbabwe, running coming through there, representing Max Elite. Siyambona kaloku phayana uThabitha Tsatsa ungene kwindawo yesibini, sizambona efinisha phayana kaloku ku-Two Oceans, again efinisha i-56 yakhe 40th. She is more than 40 years, simkhumbule. And sikhumbule into yobana phayana kaloku uShanae Rademeyer naye phayana Bosman uzeneke i-third position.
Well, well done to Shanae. She came streaming through that. She's closed up that gap tremendously. It's an excellent performance. And here we have the fourth lady, Elena Nuglieva, not looking comfortable, not one of her best days, but very gutsy run. She's really just hung in there. But interestingly enough, I mean, we're used to seeing her finish in the race, and her times have always been she's got 9 golds. This is her 10th gold, which I think is a record on anyone's account. So, her times have all ranged from 3:35 to 3:42. So she's within her area. It's just that the other girls came through today, which is great for women's running.
Brilliant run there by Elena. Last year's defending champion coming into this race in the colours of Max Elite. Norma, she was going for her 5th win this year, but unfortunately things didn't pan out. But I'm sure she'll go back to the drawing board now and look how to rectify what went wrong and try to change that for comrades coming up in June.
Yeah, her gait doesn't look that comfortable. She looks like her left leg might be giving her a few problems, that she's got a bit of time to try and sort that out. And but it's still a good time. It is her slowest time, but I mean, 10 golds. That's just absolutely remarkable.
10 golds kaloku siyabona pha siyavuya kodwa ke thina ke siyacelebrate apha eMzantsi Afrika ngoba sithi noko iAfrika ithe yasibonisa noko amalady mabini akwazile ukuthi a-challenge the Nuglievas. Kaloku sibone ukuthi nathi noko sinayo italente, sinayo into sinayo esime ngayo. Yiloo nto kaloku uThabitha Tsatsa ethe wangena kwindawo yesibini elandelwa phaa nguShanae Bosman. Sijongile kaloku phaa uMamaro Choka siyamazi from iSoweto Marathon Q&, and it looks like she's cramping, but she must just hang in there. Sezawufika kaloku phaa inoba nokushekela nje imigama embalwana and ezangena kwindawo yesihlanu, the 5th position.
Yes, Mamarolo Choka from Lesotho coming down into the final little downhill, coming into UCT. She had a good run, Norma. She was looking really relaxed coming down Chapman's Peak, but I think Mamarolo is still young at age, is more suited to the marathons and perhaps shouldn't be running the ultras at this stage.
Well, she's coming in and holding on to, I think it's 5th position, and last year she was 4th in this race with a time of 3:48, and here she is in 5th. And she's probably going to run about a 3:45. So despite the weather conditions at the beginning, the race times are faster this year than they were last year. We did have that rain, but quite interesting statistics there.
Uchoka, she should be happy with this position still because she's still looking good. She shouldn't be worried. She's very worried and she's looking backwards all the time. But ndiyamvuyela kakhulu kaloku phaa Mamaro Choka esuka eLesotho nanke finisha phaa ezawungena kaloku indawo yakhe yesithandathu. Siyabona kaloku phaa efinisha noko uyapenika kakhulu ngoba noko uphethwe zii-cramps, kodwa ke noko iAfrika ndiyaphinda ndithi we are proud, we are being represented here today. Mamaro Choka from Lesotho Chuen.
Yes, Mamarolo Choka coming through for the 5th position in the 2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. 3 hours 44 into the minute, 3 hours 44 minutes into the race, and brilliant performance for her, and well done and courageous run for hanging in there.
Well, very sore leg there, but I think she's actually known more for the Soweto Marathon, which she's won 7 times or something. So excellent performance, but looking very sore, but she's nearly there. She's just got about another 50 meters.
She better be quite quick, because there is a Russian athlete coming in the background from Nedbank, Nina Podnevsnova, who was in the lead group earlier, but I'm pretty sure she can hang on for the finish, but she really needs to get going, Norma. She can't afford to stop at all.
Oh, these are moments of anxiety, because to drop from 5th to 6th at this time has a financial implication, as well as just your ability, what position. But I think she's just made it. Oh, she's cramping, sore.
3 hours 45 minutes for Mamarolo Choka. Well done to her from Lesotho, running in the colours of Toyota, a 5th place in the Two Oceans Marathon. And here comes the next athlete coming through, the Russian athlete Norma, Nina Podnevsnova from Nedbank. She's got a 2:35 marathon. She ran Two Oceans 2 years ago, coming in the top 10, missed last year's, but good to be back in the top 10. A 6th position for Nina, and sprint finish there, Helen, with Ellie Greenwood.
This is interesting. I think is this Ellie Greenwood has come in and just pipped Nina at the post, has she? That's Great Britain versus Russia. So, yeah, it was. We saw Ellie Greenwood going through halfway, quite a ways back, which we were quite surprised about. And she's obviously picked up, but she also, she's worked hard in the second half of this race, because she had some big gaps. So
also a debut run for Ellie in this year's Two Oceans Marathon, and you're right, Helen, she was very, very far back at the halfway mark, and she's really come through. Just like in the picture now, the Kenyan athlete was also running with the leaders, Norma, even going through the marathon mark. So really the athletes struggling over the last 14 kilometers here today.
Yeah, Q&A, I would agree with you. These athletes, they're still really looking young. But siyabona pha nansi Kenyan athlete kaloku naye izawungena naye ifuna ungena kwi-top 10. Uyabonakala uba usemncinci, kodwa ke into ethethayo apha ubana nali lady laseKenya lizawungena pha kaloku ezawufinisha nanko engena engcini, kodwa kunzima. Imilenze ayisavumi. Besibonile kaloku pha kuba Mamarolo kubana noko iikrampi bezimfumene. Ingangaske nkosi yam ayicuthe lo distance, ayiyeke ngokwayo. Ingaba kwenzeka ntoni na Helen, they're experiencing problems with their legs, they're cramping. I think the age.
No, I think it's typical in this race, because you've got the fast downhill from the Chapman's Peak. This is the 8th runner from Uganda, and I think then they just have the flats and then the hills, and it just tends to cause cramps.
Yeah, it's just the undulating of the course that maybe they didn't prepare properly for it, which is obviously with the other runners that have been coming here on many occasions now, they know how to prepare. But we do know that this is all about money on the other side, QN. The African countries are all here and well represented. I'm quite happy and excited.
Yes, definitely. There was a really good performance today by the African countries. We saw in the men's half marathon, the whole top 10 was filled by South African athletes, so it's really great to see. But immaculate Chemtai, not looking too immaculate at this stage, but she has run 56 kilometers, and well done to her. She's going to get her gold medal for 8th place finish.
And I think it's quite interesting. We're getting these foreign athletes. We have no warning that they're coming here to arrive. They're not listed in any of the programs. So we're going to just take a quick break and then come back and see the final Lady Gold medalists. Well, we are just going to link to an ad break, but the Nedbank runner coming in now at 10 Ks to go was leading the race, the Kenyan leading the race, so it just shows you what happens. So let's go and take time out with an ad.
What to look out for tonight on SABC. Catch Orlando Pirates versus University of Pretoria at 8 on 1. Then be sure to catch the amazing Mary J. Blige music special at 9 on 2. And enjoy all the laughter with Alan Carr's Chatty Man at 9:30 on 3. Loads to see only on SABC.
Welcome back. You're watching the live coverage of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. They say two oceans, one spirit, and we have seen one spirit of participation, competitiveness, and just a passion for road running here in the mother city. What a fantastic race it has been so far. We have seen a South African win the men's ultra title, and we have just seen Natalia Volgina of Russia take the women's title. Now in studio with me, I didn't actually tell you, but what we're sitting in our studio is actually a big Adidas van that kind of like comes out and then you sit very nicely. It's awesome. And with me I've got the head of marketing of Adidas here in South Africa, Gavin Cowley. We're speaking Adidas now, we're not speaking rugby or cricket. Good to have you in our studio. What a fantastic day it's been.
Yeah, thanks very much. It really is. It's a fantastic day. I think it personifies our nation in so many ways, you know, and it's a real privilege, I think, for a brand like ours to be able to be part of a fantastic event that's a truly world event as well, not just a South African one.
Now, Adidas took over as the technical sponsor of the race just this year, and your guys' slogan for Two Oceans was "My Journey." Your journey's just begun. Is it going to be a long one?
It actually is going to be a long one, and importantly, I think what we're trying to do is to make sure that this event is not just a weekend or even just a week, but extended over a longer period. So we started a number of programs essentially just showcasing the Two Oceans, or the partnership. Just one quick correction there. Partnership, not sponsorship. But technically, we are the sponsor. We like to talk about partnerships. So we build them with like-minded companies and like-minded people. So we started this program in September last year, you know, a number of different elements, and My Journey was one of them, where people had an opportunity essentially to share the sort of ups and downs of their journey as well, heading into the Two Oceans Marathon.
And running is a very personal thing that happens. You know, as much as we see the top athletes and they run unbelievable time, unbelievable minutes per kilometers, it is a very personal journey that many people speak about, the freedom on the road. Is that kind of why Adidas likes to line itself with running? What was, the big thing? Because usually we see Adidas with football.
Yeah, look, first of all, Adidas is very much a multi-branded sport, multi-category sport rather. So we're involved in many strange sports as well, like handball that you might not know about, or, you know, cross-country skiing or swimming or whatever it might be. Certain sports obviously are your drivers, but it's a very good comment that you make as well about running, because running is the core of everything. Everything had to start from running. And so for us, as I said earlier, I think it personifies our nation, you know, the Rainbow Nation, the Rainbow Race, the world's most beautiful marathon, call it what you want to. It's great to be part of running, and running is not just only this, there's many other aspects as well, you know, it's trail running, it's track and field, and many others too.
I suppose that's also what, for you guys, that appeals to your partnership, the fact that it's not just a 56 and not just a 21, you've got a trail run, you've got fun runs, you've got community runs that are happening over a series that are going out into the different Cape communities. But there's a rumor. Haile Gebrselassie, world-renowned Ethiopian athlete, multiple gold medalist at the Olympic Games, may be coming to next year's race. Can you confirm or deny this?
What I can share with you is that Haile has discussed it with us and publicly stated that he will run the Two Oceans Marathon. Not exactly sure when. But what we're trying to do, because he is one of the Adidas ambassadors globally, and being an African, so to speak, as well, we very much want him to be an ambassador and part of this race. So not just running the race, but actually, you know, being integrated into it in many different ways. So watch this space.
So watch this space. You're not saying too much. I think I'll go back there. Another one of your ambassadors is the lady that we see on the screen, Olesa Nurgelieva. She came back to this race. She's got a 10-month-old little son, Sasha, and her sister, we saw her come through in 4th place. I suppose lots of people were hoping that she'd come a little bit sooner. We were expecting another Nurgelieva sister domination here at the race. They're personalities that have become iconic here in South African road running, and I suppose that's what you need when it comes to sport. You need the personalities like the Gabriselassis, like the Nurgelieva twins.
I would agree with that, but I would also suggest that you don't want somebody dominating to the extent that, with due respect to my good friend Bruce Fordyce, who absolutely dominates races to the point where you just know who's going to win. I think that's one of the great things about running, you know. On the day, if your biorhythms are right and, you know, things really work for you, you can do well, but you could be the best athlete and you might end up blowing out somewhere along the line. So I think for the twins, you know, they've both been very exemplary women in many ways too, and they sort of started this whole contingent of global people coming out here, and I think that's wonderful. You know, that's really, we want people to come to our country and take part in our sporting events, and running provides you with that opportunity.
Lovely stuff, Gavin. Thank you very much as Adidas start out with their journey with the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon.
Thanks so much, my dear.
That's Gavin Cowley, the marketing director of Adidas here in South Africa, just chatting to us about their partnership with the Old Mutual Two Oceans race. It's time for us to take a break now. Stay with the SABC Sports live broadcast of the race.
Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in, and we have the winners. At the 7th Annual SAFTAs, they gathered to honor excellence in the film and television industry. And the men and women of the SABC did us proud. Muthusi Makhano from 90 Plain Street was honored as Best Actor in a Drama Series, as was his co-star Nasli George for Best Supporting Actress in a Drama Series. Liwa Gopal from Sestopla and Salamina Musese from Abumzala walked away with the Best Actor and Actress in a Comedy respectively, while Isidingo's Kevin Smith took home the Best Actor in a Soap Award. And you voted Siavendelan as the best soap in the land. Thank you, South Africa. Halala. The SABC salutes all the winners on the night who have helped to reaffirm the SABC as the official broadcaster of award-winning content.
Over the years, medicine has changed beyond recognition.
Saving and transforming millions of lives. In addition to all these advances,
There's one healthy habit
we have trusted and recommended for the past 55 years. To help keep me and my family healthy, I use Dettol Original Bar Soap for protection against germs every day. Dettol Original. A little bit of Dettol, a whole lot of life.
Meat tickler, a throat tickle. He can be very annoying. People think non-medicated throat sweets will make him go away, but they only dampen a throat tickle, so he could be back. Annoying as ever. Try Strepsils instead. They soothe with a great taste and relief for hours to get tickles away. Don't let a tickle be torture.
Some odors are very persistent. Try Airwick Aquamist. Its natural formula uses bioalcohol to eliminate common household odors, bringing more life to your home whilst releasing the freshness of nature with every burst. It is so natural, it's even safe to use on fabrics. Something in the airwick.
From exploring to expressing, supporting to celebrating, touch matters. Unlike ordinary soaps that can become soggy and dirty, every drop of new Dettol liquid hand wash is untouched by other hands and provides up to 10 times more protection than most bar soaps, so your healthy kids can touch their world freely. A little bit of Dettol, a whole lot of life.
Sure, you better soak this back pot. It's okay. I'll just put everything in the dishwasher. It's never going to clean that pot. Of course it will. With a finished tablet in my dishwasher, I get perfect results every time. Look, it's spotless. Unbelievable.
Get your DeFi dishwasher now for an amazing $2,399 at leading retailers. Offer ends 30 April 2013. Finish the diamond standard.
I'm going to get myself a dishwasher tomorrow.
You'll disagree on many things.
Oh, my table. Little secret. Mr. Min does wonders for wood.
No secret, Coco. Mr. Min multi-surface does wonders for wood and mirrors, stainless steel, plastic, kitchen
But you will agree on Mr. Min Multi-Surface Cleaner. Great on wood and other surfaces.
Hey, there's now Mr. Min Mist. The mist effectively cleans and dusts large surfaces. Just spray and wipe. Isn't it?
Welcome back. You're watching SABC Sports live coverage of the Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. We brought you the half marathon as well as a very exciting ultra over 56 kilometers won by David Khatebe, who works for the Impala Platinum Mines. He runs for the Impala Marathon Club in Rustenburg. He's teammate with another well-known name in South African road running, Enos Matalane. And today he ran the most spectacular tactical race, and he took his first ever title, his first ever time to actually run the race, and as a novice taking the title. A man from Cape Town, Cleaner, taking second place. Lots of excitement for the people here in the Western Cape, while the Sotho take a third place. Wonderful to see the South African dominance there in the top 10 here at the 44th edition of the Two Oceans Marathon. Although there wasn't a South African winner to speak about when it came to the women's race, although Shanae Bosman had a fantastic race, the first South African over the line, and she got a third position. But it was Natalia Volgina. She's come second 3 times. She's only won once prior, and this year she was able to gain her second title. Ian Laxton got the opportunity to speak to her after her race.
Natalia, that was a fantastic race. Did you plan to win the race? Was that your whole idea?
Мне очень хотелось выиграть, а планировать на сверхмарафонах очень сложно.
Yes, she dreamed about win, but she said it is long distance, it's never now. Was it conditions very difficult with the wind?
Сегодня была погода, ветер сильный. Как ты? Ветер действительно сильный, а температура комфортная.
Of course, this wind was very windy, but temperature was very nice. Was it a surprise that it was not windy? Для тебя сюрприз, что Елена не бежала с тобой вместе?
Мы долго... У меня просто были проблемы. Я сама отставала, потом догоняла, поэтому сюрприз...
Проблемы с стамиком?
Да, сюрприз я сама себе устроила.
No, Natalia today had a problem with stomach, yeah? Also sometimes she ran together, sometimes she ran behind front, you know? It's not surprised today. So I just want to know, how happy is she? Very happy. Ты очень довольна?
Да, я очень довольна.
Да, yes, she very happy, but I understand, you know, it's Natalia won second time, yeah, and she very happy. Congratulations for Natalia.
And I'm sure you're thinking, I've seen that translator. Yeah, it was Vladimir Kotov, well known here in road running circles in South Africa, former Comrades winner, a real personality, and also always helping to bring in the Eastern European participation in our ultramarathons here in South Africa. Thank you to everybody that has tweeted us. Hashtag 2 Oceans Marathon SABC, Tom SABC, getting involved in our conversation. Loads of messages of support for our men's winner David Khatebe, as well as our women, our first South African women across the line. There is still a little bit of time. We still are live on air until 11 a.m. So do get in contact at Valen Kirtley. Use the hashtag TOM SABC. It's time now for the broadcast to take a break. We'll be back after this.
You would never wash your dishes in a dirty sink, so why wash them in a dirty dishwasher? It may look clean, but it's actually the opposite. Use Finish dishwasher cleaner to remove hidden grease and limescale that's built up inside, because a cleaner dishwasher means cleaner dishes. Finish, the diamond standard.
Whenever pain occurs, try Nurofen tablets. Nurofen tablets go straight to the source of pain and work precisely where needed to deliver effective relief you can rely on. Nurofen tablets, targeted relief from pain.
John suffers from indigestion. James suffers from heartburn. But sometimes it's the other way around, or both. That's why I recommend John and James use Gaviscon Plus.
It not only relieves the burning pain of heartburn, but also goes to the stomach to take care of indigestion. For fast relief you can actually feel. Gaviscon Plus. Visit your local pharmacy and stand a chance to win a TV every day with Gav. See T's and C's in store.
Beauty shots from the Mother City, where the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon today is taking place. We're expecting a very blustery day, but it actually, I think maybe out on the course it was very, very windy with the southeaster picking up, but it has been wonderful conditions. Cape Town has really played its part for the 44th edition. Now, there were 27,000 people that were out on the road and still are out on the road here in Cape Town. 11,000 of them over the 56 kilometers, and then 16,000, a record number of entrants for the half marathon. That's 21.1 kilometers. They actually had to go off in 2 batches at 6 a.m. and 10 past 6. All the elite guys were in the first batch of runners going off at 6 a.m. When it came to the elite runners, it was a battle of the Olympians in the men's race for the half marathon. And then we also had an unknown lady from Ethiopia that took the women's title. If you missed what happened in the half marathon, take a look at the highlights.
Well, that's the main road down in Newlands at the start of the half marathon. The 56 kilometer people must be lining up at the back. They're waiting. They're very, very nervous because they leave off at 6:30.
Daar gaan ons begin van 'n grootste halfmarathon in die land.
Well, good thinking by the organizer to keep the women the elite women at least on the close side and the men on the far side. The one thing, Donovan, about this race, there are really 2 things that we must remember. The first is the wind, which we've talked about, but the other is the course. This is a big wide start, but it does narrow down as they go down Main Road, and especially for the folks at the back, it gets very, very congested. And in the first 2 kilometers, for the women also, battling for space for the men.
Ja, dis 'n groot faktor en een van die dinge wat ons moet onthou is dat dit se vroegoggend begin, dis nog nie heeltemal lig nie en mens moet versigtig wees om te val en jy kan sien 'n groot groep mans wat saam hardloop teen 'n geweldige pas.
But here we see the half marathon leaders. They've just come up the long climb up Southern Cross Drive, and Joel Mone here in the lead in the colours of Netbank. But there we have Stephen Mokoka in the Transnet colours, and next to him Desmond Mokobu in the colours of Max Delete, who last week represented South Africa in the World Cross Country Champs.
Look at the speed, that is really quick, and Southern Cross is a big hill. Well, it looks like the podium at this stage with a little way to go. Time now coming up, let's look at that clock, 60 minutes. Mokoka, Mamone and April. Who's it going to be, Donovan Wright?
Ja, ek sal my geld op Stephen Mokoka sit wat definitief seker die vinnigste eindpogings het. En ja, ek ken die afrigters is natuurlik Michael Seme wat Steven afrig en Zachariah Polloking wat Joel afrig. So Lusafba, jy kan hulle vandag 'n ding wys op die eindpoging.
Siyabona ngempela ukuthi ke sebeseduze sebekhona lapha eMome ngempela siyabona ukuthi ke liyatsizwa seze 103. I think they will break the record because they only got maybe 200 meters to go.
Yeah, I think the record will probably go, but I don't think it's going to be smashed out of sight. This is not an easy course. I mean, Southern Cross Drive is a mission.
Ja, dis is omtrent seker naby 2,5 kilometer opklim. En as jy kyk, die manne het die hele veld verskuur vanoggend. Dis hulle wat nou alleen hardloop. Steven wat amper verkeerd hardloop daar en dit sal katastrofies gewees het. Hulle gaan nou op die gras kom. Jy kan die atmosfeer hoor. Wat 'n fantastiese oomblik.
Well, there goes Stephen Mokoki, timed his race perfectly, took the lead at about 20.5 minutes. They're going flying past our commentary position. Mokoka, April, Mamone, that's going to be the podium. And these are the first runners finishing in the 2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans races, the half marathon. Stephen Mokoka is going to take the title. We thought he would. Lusapa April is going to hang on for second. Joel Mamone in the third place. And it is a long, long way down here. Remember last year it was full of mud. You could hardly move. It was centimeters deep, but conditions are great. Look at the flags blowing from behind them. And Mokoka is head down, and April still looks relaxed. Joel Mamone looks a little tired, but that's the winner of the 2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Half Marathon, Stephen Mokoka, 64:20, new record.
Ja, fantasties. Soos ons voorspel het, nuwe rekord, ongeag die sterk wind. Willie, wat sê jy?
Yeah, definitely njengoba sike sasho ukuthi ke liyatsizwa besithikile ngempela igcine iwudlile umhlanganiso ke balenza le record uba ngingasho ukuthi cha ngendlela abagijima ngayo khona yize uma esubona ukuthi mningi kodwa bazalwenza record and bagijime kahle isikhathi esihle kakhulu. I think the way they ran is a very good time because the wind was quite heavy.
And this in fact is the leader of the women's race.
Ja, sy is van Ethiopië. Sy is Biru Meseret van Ethiopië. So sy is natuurlik in 'n klas ons weet Ethiopië domineer halfmarathon. Ja, dit lyk of sy definitief onder 74 gaan hardloop wat 'n fantastiese tyd in die wind sal wees.
Yes, we assumed that Renee Kalmer was in the lead when we had that little quick shot of her. But this is our winner this year, and very, very often the East Africans pop in almost unannounced with these fantastic athletes in Ethiopia, very, very strong.
Siyayibona ke intokazi laphana yase-Ethiopia okuyiyona elidayo laphana kwabesifazane and nayo futhi ngakusho lapha emakhaya babukela ukuthi nakanjani izolibreaka irecord njengamanje segijime 1 hours 13 minutes and siyayibona ngaphela ukuthi lentokazi yase-Ethiopia ivule igap laphana ngoba unumber 2 wakhe asimboni ukuthi kuphi. Siyayibona strong uBiro khona lapha e-Ethiopia ngaphela uzoyidla umhlanganiso namhlanje.
Mengistu is going to take the title at probably under 74 minutes. There she goes, well under 74 minutes. So that is the winner of this year's race, Biru Meseret Mengistu of Ethiopia. Coming into Spa, she was running 200 kilometers a week in training for a marathon, so she was probably tired. But Renee Kalmer is, without a shadow of doubt, South Africa's most successful women's distance runner. She has a 4:06 1500 meters, a sub-16 5,000 meters. She's been cross-country world champs for many years, and she was at the Olympic Games. She's run a sub-230 marathon. And hats off to Renee Kalmer, who absolutely, without a doubt, has been South Africa's best distance runner amongst the women for the last 6, 7 years, 10 years, really?
Yebo siyayibona ngempela ke intokazi yakhona lapha eMzansi ezophuma unumber 2 uRene Kalama uyena ke owawine last year ongakwazanga ukuthi adefende isicoco sakhe kulonyaka kodwa ke siyabona ukuthi ujabule ngoba phela siyakhumbula ukuthi lapha emakhaya babukeli ukuthi ulungisela imarathon yena akagijima ama-short distance kuphela.
It's third place, Yvette van Sail, and I think it's a good run by her. Yvette run. She won 13 straight races at the end of last year and coming into this year, and I thought she looked a little tired at Spa, but she must be very happy. Just over 76. So Stephen McCulker won the race in 63.36, a new course record. The Sapa April 63.40, just 4 seconds behind, but it was a sprint finish. Joel Mamone 63.45. Then we had Mzazi. Those 4 guys were under 64 minutes, and then Mahobo, Sotsani, Majanda, Maja, Nzima, and Bosman. So all South Africans, all top 10. So great running there, but Stephen McCulker was the class act.
And here we've got the woman, a surprise runner taking first position, Baru Ngitsu, followed by Renee Karma, last year's winner in 1:14.54. Yvette van Blerk, third, 1:15. Then other South Africans coming in 5th place, Christine Karma, Diana Lebo, Marit Vermaata having a great performance, and 10th place, Hanali Bosa.
We've heard often how the Two Oceans Marathon brings world-class athletes. Mengistu Meseret is one of those athletes. She actually has a record time, a PB of 69 over the half marathon distance that she set when she ended in 6th place at the World Half Marathon Championships. Seeing her here today in her very first Two Oceans half, taking the title from Renee Kalma. Well, if you missed what happened, so that's what happened in the half marathon. If you missed what happened in the ultra marathon over 56 kilometers, well, not to worry, because we'll bring you the highlights of that journey.
Yeah, siyabona ngempela ukuthi ngempela sizaqala inzuzo lapha esigijima i56 kilometers ye2 Ocean. Siyabona ngempela ukuthi ke neweather yona ithanda uba nomoyana ngempela bakugijima isikhathi, kodwa siyacabanga uma sibuka ifeed lana kunabantu abastrong lana bangacishe bagijima isikhathi esihle, kodwa angicabanga ukuthi irecord bangasebenzisa, but I don't think they'll run for the record because it's quite windy.
That's exactly what's going to happen, I think, and of course they're running as they go straight into that wind. It is 6:30 in the morning. Cloud cover now rolling in. In fact, it's quite dark actually with the cloud above us. But back to the leaders in the 56k.
Yes, back to the leaders in the 56k. William Okwala in the colours of Toyota there with Timothy Kibet, the Kenyan, but they're in the colours of Max Delete Khates, the SA marathon record holder. 2 hours, 6 minutes, 33 seconds. Ian, the fastest man to ever set foot in the Two Oceans Marathon course.
Yes, still he was last year, back again this year with that 2:06, which was set up quite a long time ago. But I must say that you've got to love Khates. You've got to love him. Look at the guys, over 40, and he doesn't care, he's taking the lead. The leading man at Muizenberg, down onto the Hout Bay coast. Lots of roadworks in that area, and the chasing pack is catching up with the leaders. That's Timothy Kibet and William Kwala still up front, the two of them. But look at that bunch coming in. Now, we have the Nagalieva twins, and we're going to speak lots about them today. Elena and Alessia running together. I saw Natalia Volgina in there. I think Ellie Greenwood could also be in there, or I didn't spot her in the Nedbank colours. Also, the lady from America, a couple of Americans in today, so we'll just see, but that's the lead group.
Ja, ons sien ook van Masibuko wat nou van Bonita's Club 'n bietjie opbeweeg, maar ek verwag dat seker in die volgende 10 minute gaan hierdie groot groep die voorgroep raak in die wedloop.
There seems to have been a little bit of a breakaway, and I don't know, Kieran, if you can spot exactly who they are.
Yeah, on the left-hand side of the screen in the red vest of Bluff Meets is the Kenyan Timothy Kibet. But Donovan, interesting athlete in the colours of Benitez. He's finished second here before in the Two Oceans Marathon from PE Mzwanele Mapekula, and he hasn't been in the golds since finishing in that second position, and today he looks really relaxed next to Kibet. Yeah, we see the chasing bunch that are coming. This is from position 3 onwards, and you see the 3 Bonitas athletes in the front from left to right. Mbongeni Ngazozo, Yahadens Kekana, the 2012 C2 City winner, and Peter Mutubi. But you have so many defending champions in here. We've got the likes of Stephen Mujingi, Mutloko and Kabutlane, who finished second here 2 years ago. But with the green arm warmers, a very interesting debutant, as we explained earlier, Kuboy Ngamone.
56 kilometers divided by 2 is 28. That is the halfway mark. So this is a key point, Kieran, as the guys go through. They may be at halfway, but you really can't double up the time because of the difficulty and the tiredness of the second half. But there's the big group coming through halfway, and they're all going to be realizing that this is a key point.
Yes, we've got a huge group coming through here at the halfway mark, and I think that because of the slower pace in the beginning of the race, I think we're going to see a second half much faster with the guys that we've got there.
There's the women's group. In the center there in the green colors is Camille Herron, the American runner. But let's just have a look at Elena Valieva, the defending champion. And Kieran, if Elena wins today, she will be the first runner in the history of this race to get 5 wins. Monica Drochemeller's got 4, and that's the record so far, but Elena is going for 5. And I chatted to her earlier this week and I said, is that important? She said, absolutely not. She doesn't care how many times she wins as long as she wins.
You can see the Nedbank athlete that had broken away there, followed by David Katebe in the bottom of the screen. But here we have the big bunch of contenders in the front there from Max Elite, Mark Folcaroni, followed by the Nedbank athlete Colin Makaza. Interesting at this stage, Ian, we haven't seen Stephen Mujingi anywhere, but 2 former winners in that bunch. The athlete coming through at the bottom of the screen now, 2010 winner Mabutile Lebopo. This is where the race is happening.
So we've got a bunch of ladies in the front of the field, very experienced, all multiple gold winners, and at this stage it's still anyone's race.
Ja, en ek het verwag dat Olesa wat in Augustus begin oefen het na die bab, bietjie moeiliker gaan het hierdie jaar, en mense kan dit duidelik sien, dit gaan neerkom op Helena en Natalia, wat hier al klaar die voortou neem. En het lyk of hy 'n redelike groot voorstand het tussen die omgewing van 2:20 vir die marathonmer, wat beteken hulle het omtrent 67 halfmarathon gehad op in die tweede helfte. Ja,
and you can see just how hard he is working here, and that's a combination of the wind, and of course he's just started on that pull up, and so this is really where the race gets shaken up. In the background you can just see a man who a few minutes ago was with David Katebe, and that is Henry Kipsang, we think, from Kenya.
Katebe is still up there, and he made a bold move down into Hout Bay from the top of Chapman's Peak, and looking back you can see the lead. That's a long way back down the road. Katebe is still in the lead, 2 hours 35 minutes, so somewhere between, I would guess, 35 minutes still to go. And this is the top of Chapman's, of Constantia Neck. It's very festive, and it is psychologically so important to get there at the top.
Hierdie groot groep atlete wat ook nou opgebreek het, is besig om nou impak op die wedloop te maak. En hier is Johannes Kekana, 40-jarige, saam met hulle, wat seker een van die beste manne lyk in daai groep.
Brilliant, and he's just zoomed past flash past. I'm sure he didn't notice all the wildflowers and the fynbos in Kirstenbosch, but it is just a fantastic place with a beautiful mountain and the Jansmuts steps you climb up to get to the top of the table. But there he goes, David Katebe, leading 2013, the 44th running of the Old Mutual Two Oceans. But there she is, behind the motorbike, up to the top of Constantia Neck.
Well, very interesting to see if she's in the lead. As you mentioned, Ian, she won it back in 2002. Took 10 years break from the Two Oceans and came back. She was second last year as well to Elena, but at the moment looking really good.
And this is David Katebe, who is going to win the 2013 Two Oceans Marathon. He knows it now. That's the grass of UCT. Let's bring him home. You can hear this crowd welcoming him home.
And what a scene for the people. He's just running past our commentary box, and he's going really quickly. He's onto the final straight. It's quite a long straight, but there must be 10,000 people packed into the UCT grounds here on the rugby fields. Off to his left is the UCT and the mountain, and look, he's got his necklace in his mouth. What a guy.
He's got his celebration planned. He's had about an hour and 20 minutes to think about the celebration, because that's how long he's been at the front of this race. A early move, a dominant move, and Willie, this is a surprising winner, but a dominant winner.
Siyayibona ngempela ke insizwa lapha egijimela impala yakho lapha emayini uDavid Tatebe ozofinisha njengamanje siyambona ngempela ukuthi ujabule ngempela njengoba sike sasho ukuthi umuntu obesingamlindele ukuthi ngasiwina kodwa njengoba ngingasho sizacishe sibe nomuntu omusha owinayo namhlanje na ingwazi zethu ke besizilindele azikwazanga ukuthi zimmeshe lento talena siyayibona ifreature ijabule kakhulu siyabona hayi bengacishe iqhubeke kube beyinamandla ngempela siyayibona ke ishaye intambo.
Here's Kina coming in second in the colours of Nedbank.
Well, that's Mtandazo Cleanup, the first Western Province runner, and what a great welcome he's getting from the crowd here. And it's been a long time since a Cape Town runner ended up high up in the Old Mutual Two Oceans, and what a fantastic run. It has been an incredible race in terms of the underdogs coming through.
And siyabona nande enye insizwa laphana ngempela nayo egijimela Mr Prize asazi ngempela ukuthi akuba nali insizwa laphana imcine eduze siyabona ngempela ukuthi kunzima laphana insizwa zijulukile zimanzi ngoba sesihathi ukuthi isikhathi asibanga sihle kona ke bagijimile mokayethi
Musuhle
uyena ke ophume unumber 3 laphana ke
now we're having fourth, so the runners coming in fairly quickly at this stage. That's Colin Makaza finishing in 3:11:20.
She just ran her own race, judged it to perfection, and she just entered the UCT grounds. And Helen, she's going to win her second Two Oceans Marathon 11 years after her first.
Remarkable performance, hey? So maybe you do get stronger as you get older, or she doesn't. She should have retained her ability very well. But I think it just goes back, as we've often discussed, the 2:27 marathoner, and a good marathon time really, as a rule, sets up a good Two Oceans. But it's to maintain that ability and that pace.
Namhlanje silibonile uchincho kwi-2013 Old Mutual Two Oceans Marathon. Ayisililo iwele. It's not now the twins, it is now Natalia uVolgina. Kaloku siyabona pha namhlanje nankuya engena ezawufinisha okwesibini iminyaka mininzi kudala ezama kudala eglimfa kule Two Oceans, kodwa ngoku siyambona nankuya esiza pha uzayiwina waweva wabulisa abantu wabulela esithi ndiyabulela Mzantsi Afrika nantso ke oyithathile enkosi kakhulu uyabulela ngumzi waseRussia ke lo ungenayo. We've missed that one. It was Tabitha Tsatsa, second position of Zimbabwe, running coming through there representing Max Elite. Siyambona kaloku phayana uThabitha Tsatsa ungene kwindawo yesibini, sizambona efinisha phayana kaloku kwi-Two Oceans, engene efinisha i-56 yakhe 40th. She is more than 40 years, simkhumbule. And sikhumbule into yobana phayana kaloku uShane Rademeyer naye phayana Bosman uzeneke i-3rd position.
Well, well done to Shane. She came streaming through that. She's closed up that gap tremendously.
For a race that started out 44 years ago as a training jog for the Comrades Marathon, it has become a festival and a celebration of road running. And to win a title here has got all the prestige that it deserves. This year, that prestige going to South Africa's David Khatebe, winning in his first ever Old Mutual Two Oceans 56 kilometers, followed by local boy Mtandazi Klina. Moketi Masutli rounds off the top three. Here's what happened when it came to the women's race. Natalia Volgina of Russia took the women's title. Tabitha Tsatsa of Zimbabwe, second place. Shane Bosman, also her very first Old Mutual Two Oceans Ultra, taking third place, first South African home. She was followed by 2012 champion and 4 times winner of the event, Elena Nurgileva, with Mamarola Choka, the darling of Soweto, coming in 5th place from Lesotho. That's what happened in the women's race. Speaking about the women's race and the fantastic race run by debutante Shane Bosman, first time ever to take on the 56-kilometer journey around Cape Town, and she came in 3rd place. By the time she was 14 k's from the end, she was just inching her way into the top 10, and then to come over the finish line in 3rd position. Ian Latson got the opportunity to speak to her at the finish line.
Shane, that was a fantastic run. Did you ever think you would come 3rd?
No, this is my first 2 Oceans, and I was lying in 6-7 position, and I know when ladies went out really hard, so I just decided to do my own race, and after Constantia I felt so great, so I was just moving through the field, so I'm really happy.
But your tactics were great because you let them go and then you ran a strong second half. Was that your plan?
Yes, that was my plan, to run my own race and to finish really strong at the end, so, and it worked, so yeah.
What's it like running 56? It's your first ultra.
I must say I enjoyed it. I didn't expect, I did last year, I did the 50 city, but I must say I enjoyed the 56, so I think I might move up to Comrades, yes.
And the first South African, that's an extra bonus, eh?
Yes, it is. I'm happy to be first South African, and I was close to second place, so I'm really happy with my race.
Do you think your future now lies in the ultras, maybe Comrades?
Yes, definitely. I will come back for 2 Oceans and definitely do Comrades, yes.
So just a confirmation of the women's result over 56 kilometres here at the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon. Shanae Bosman is the first South African woman home, and she's one of just 2 women that make up the top 10. Michelle Williams coming in 9th place, the other South African home here at UCT. They say 2 oceans, 1 spirit, and today we have enjoyed 1 spirit of participation, competition, and a passion for road running. Thank you very much for enjoying SABC Sports live broadcast of the Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon for 2013. Goodbye and have a blessed day.
Old Mutual 2 Oceans Marathon is proudly brought to you by Old Mutual. Do great things.
Martin Lawrence stars in our family comedy College Road Trip today on Home Theatre. On Eureka, Fargo and Spencer accidentally activated Doomsday device, and the American Idol auditions move on to the Lone Star State.